Where is it at?
All right, sorry, 1 second. All right, you're live.
The Proviso Township High School regular meeting of the Board of Education will now come to order on August 9th, 2022 at 5:40. Please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Here.
Ms. Kelly.
Present.
Ms. Patterson.
Here.
Mr. Valtier is here. Ms. Medina absent. Ms. Grant absent. Mr. Wagner absent.
We have a quorum. Can I get a motion to retire to executive session for the purpose of litigation when an action against affecting or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the minutes of the closed meeting 5 ILCS 120/2C11. The appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, specific individuals who serve as an independent contractor in a park, recreational, or educational setting, or specific volunteers of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee, a specific individual who serves as an independent contractor in a park, recreation, or educational setting, or a volunteer of public body, or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of the public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with Act 5, IL 122C1. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees and their representatives, or deliberation concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2. Mr. Valtierez, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Aye.
Ms. Kelly.
Aye.
Ms. Medina absent. Ms. Patterson.
Aye.
Ms. Grant.
Aye.
Mr. Valtier is aye. Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Ms. Patterson.
Here.
Ms. Grant.
Aye.
Mr. Valtier is aye. Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our vision statement reads, through expectations of excellence and by providing equitable educational opportunities to empower each student, our graduates are prepared for college, careers, and to serve as contributing members of a dynamic global society.
Reports and communication from Superintendent of Schools. Resolution, PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, Vice President, Secretary, and board members. Good evening, community. We are really excited about what is about to take place in Proviso academically. And this evening, we're going to share with you, board, our plans to move this district forward academically. Community, we're going to stay the course. We're going to focus on academic, student learning, taking care of our teachers and staff as we move forward. So we're going to ask Dr. Williams to please come forward at this time.
Before Dr. Williams start, I'm going to ask my fellow board members if you have any questions, if you could please just jot them down, and then once she has completed her presentation, you can ask her question.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Patterson, Vice President Kelly, Secretary Valtorez, board members, and Dr. Henderson. I'm Sharon Williams, the Deputy Superintendent of Schools. We'd like to share with you this evening, first, that we will be taking a journey on a continuous improvement journey, and we want to ensure equity and access for all, and we're going to do that by focusing in on a very few goals at each of our schools that will help address some of the gaps we see in how our students are performing. So first of all, I'd like to say that last week we engaged in 4 days of learning with our school leaders that included all of our district office, educational services staff, all of our principals, and school leaders, GLPs from each of our schools. Throughout the week, we had a focus on learning on the continuous improvement plan and its cycle, and how we're going to calibrate across all 3 campuses around high expectations for students. The model that you see before you here is the ISB model for the continuous improvement cycle. We've adopted this continuous improvement cycle in all 3 schools to ensure that we have, getting an echo. All 3 schools, so that we're operating under the same school improvement plan and the same continuous improvement cycle. So before the week began last week, I asked our principals, their instructional leadership teams, to begin their pre-work. That included identifying the school leadership team that's going to help them accomplish their continuous improvement plan, to begin to identify a stakeholder advisory group, to conduct a school-level needs assessment with all available sources of data, to conduct a root cause analysis using that data, and then to begin to draft their SMART goals. During the time we spent together last week, they had an opportunity to share those draft goals with their colleagues and to get feedback on those. So 2 teams that we've asked schools to concentrate on in their school improvement efforts this year are the school leadership teams and their stakeholder advisor groups. Each of the principals this evening is going to share with you members of their school leadership teams and their stakeholder advisor groups as they stand now. In the continuous improvement planning process, we also want to focus on some of the goals that the district has set forth in their strategic plan and how we're going to measure those based on the district, from the district perspective. We also want to acknowledge that many of the final state reports on school achievement are still pending. Once that information is released by the state, those plans will be updated with up-to-date data. We've asked schools to set goals, primary goals, in 5 areas. Those include ELA, math, 9th grade on track, also known as freshmen on track, our graduation rate, and 1 element of the 5 Essentials Climate Survey. Again, at the district level, we'll be monitoring data from the district perspective, and that includes taking a very close look weekly at attendance, discipline, course grades, 9th grade on track for all 3 schools, and state and local assessments, including the STAR, ELA, and math that we've reported to you on several occasions this year, the access scores for English learners, and our PSAT and SAT results. We also wanted to give you a snapshot of the robust data tool tracker that we'll be using weekly. So this data tracker will be monitored at the district level and updated via PowerSchool, our student information system. We'll be able to look at a glance, course grades, attendance, and discipline. The 2 screenshots you see here is a crosswalk first of grades and attendance. We want to know how students are performing and where they are categorized in terms of their attendance. So that's 1 graph and 1 analysis that we'll look at weekly. We also want to take a close look at grade level distribution throughout the school year so that we can monitor how students are doing along the way. 2 other brief snapshots will include course grade distribution. So we're going to look at grade distribution course by course. So for instance, we can run a report or a graph that will just show us all of the art classes, all of the math classes, all of our CTE classes, so that we can understand better how our students are performing in each of those courses. We can also take a granular look at how teachers are grading students, teacher by teacher. And so this teacher grade distribution graph will show us how each teacher is grading his or her students in those courses that they are teaching at the current time. Again, this will be updated weekly and sent to schools on Monday. Our school leaders had a chance to preview the data tracker last week at our School Leadership Institute and gave us some feedback on what they'd like to see in the tracker. So as we begin to use this the second or third week of school, we'll be able to tweak any items that school leaders would find helpful as they're planning for their students. So now I'd like to introduce our principals, our esteemed principals. They will share with you their school's continuous improvement plans, including goals in those 5 areas that I mentioned, and an additional emphasis on school discipline. And we'll start with Proviso Math and Science Academy, Principal No.
Good evening, President Patterson, Vice President Kelly, Secretary Valtierrez, board members, and Dr. Henderson. My name is Stephen No, and I'm the principal of PMSA. And I'm here tonight to introduce to you our continuous improvement plan. If I smile, I'm just trying to cover up nervousness. So. We go to the first slide.
You can use that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
So starting with our first slide, you'll notice that PMSA's student enrollment for the 22-23 school year is 960. So that's an increase of about 80 students, 80 to 90 students. So we're, wanting to serve the community by taking as many students as possible. We have a teaching staff of 47 teachers, and we have 4 counselors. I wanted to note that our ratio of counselors to students is 240 students to every counselor. And this is better than the ASCA model. ASCA, which is the American School Counselors Association, their optimal ratio is 250 to 1. But we beat that. And so as an incoming first-year principal, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. Also to note, just with that formula that ASCA says, with a 250 to 1 ratio, they estimate that counselors should be spending 80% of their time working directly, indirectly with students. So that's tremendous. Going into this, also this school year, we have a full-time social worker and registrar. Our state designation for PMSA is exemplary. So PMSA has earned the highest state designation from ISB. The school is also ranked number 6 by U.S. News and World Report. And I'd like to just hold that thought as we go to the next slide. But that's something that I think everyone should be very proud of. We have a 98% graduation rate for the class of 2022. And we're adding one goal for the school year 2023. One Goal is a 2-year course for juniors and seniors focusing strictly on college attainment. When you look at their statistics and their research, they'll show you that low-income students, only 22% of low-income students graduate with a bachelor's degree versus their high-income peers, 67%. So One Goal is leveling it, they're closing the gap. And I think that directly aligns to our vision when we speak of equity, excellence, and relevance for all. I'll go to the next slide. More school highlights to share with you. We have 40 graduates traveling to schools outside the 150-mile radius. Schools including Harvard University, Arizona State, and Morehouse College. But we still have some work to be done. We're not satisfied. Areas to address. We had 19 seniors receive the full International Baccalaureate diploma, 23 AP scholars scored a 3+ on AP exams, 3 AP scholars with honors and 3 AP scholars with distinction, and we had 586 AP exams administered to 383 students. We can do a lot better than this. We're not satisfied with this, and these metrics tie directly into that ranking from U.S. News and World Reports. So they ranked us at 6. If we can improve on this, we can hit number 1. We're going to beat Whitney Young, Northside College Prep, Lane Tech. We're going to take them out.
All right, good.
Good, great.
Going on, our school leadership team consists of myself, and I have a tremendous team. I've been working with them just for a short time, but they are phenomenal. Kristen Chiganos, our grade level principal, and Dr. Shaylin Walker, they're in the audience. They're literally my left and right hand, so I'm very grateful. It's been a fantastic working relationship. We have an outstanding counselor, Amy Paulus, Rebecca Tanaka, our IB coordinator, and our teacher content leads. Regarding our stakeholder advisory group, we have our student council representatives, our full-time social worker, Ms. Holland, and I'm working closely with Anissa Burnell Butler, the president of our school's PTO. We had a meeting scheduled on the 12th, but we had to reschedule that, but I'll be meeting with her shortly. I'm very eager to work with our parents and all stakeholders. So we did a root cause analysis. Dr. Henderson and Dr. Williams, challenged the principals to look at the data and talk about what you see so that we can make improvements. And so some of the data sources that we've been focusing on include the Illinois Report Card, Power School, the College Board, Common Interim Assessments, our 5 Essential Survey, Naviance, the new district dashboard, which is incredible. If you think of like your car, you have the speed gauge, tells you how fast you're going, your oil temperature, your coolant, your odometer. Our dashboard tells us what our freshman on track is like, our student success rate, our attendance rate. It's giving us the tools we need to do our jobs. I'm very thankful to the administration and to the coordinators for putting that together. We also have our IB portal, the Common Interim Assessments, and of course, the reports like the U.S. News and World Report. So what did we find out? In looking at all of this, the front end looks phenomenal. It looks great. Now I think for this year, we focus on the back end. And how do we do that? Through implementation. And let me sort of elaborate. We have an incredible district strategic plan set out for 5 years. It covers our vision, our mission, our 5 goals: student achievement, teacher talent, teacher retention. It covers everything, fiscal responsibility. Our strategic plan, and I've read it a million times, and Alex Ashoff can verify that because we're both in school together. We refer to it all the time. It's tremendous. Our instructional framework that highlights the gradual release of responsibility. These are exceptional tools. Our priority standards, what we want our students to know, they're all aligned to the College Board, to Common Core state standards. So the front end is great. Now we need to work, on, like I said, on the implementation and on the back end. And my analogy, a very simplistic analogy, would sort of be like if you're baking a cake. First, you want to research the best recipes. You're going to buy the best ingredients, and then you need to start making that cake. But you're going to make it, if you want the best cake, 5, 10, 15, 20 cakes until you get to the best. So that's what we're experimenting with. And so some of the things to make that happen, how we do it, we create formative check systems for school metrics that are aligned to our strategic plan and our ISB summative designation. We're incorporating self-reporting formative check-ins for admin and support staff. And we're having our PLCs, our professional learning communities, our teacher teams, focus on writing formative assessments. We're creating a year-long PD calendar so that every teacher, everyone in the building knows, okay, this is what we're doing from week 1 through week 40. This is what we're focusing on. This is our agenda. The GLPs and myself created what I call Panther coaching and feedback cycles based on consistent classroom walkthroughs. So I think teachers, what they want most is everybody wants to improve their craft. And so how do you do that? Through coaching and feedback cycles. So all of our calendars, we block out certain periods of the day where we're in classrooms, and that's all we're doing. So if you walk by my door, if you walk by Dr. Walker's door, Ms. Chigano's third period, Thursday, she's in the classrooms. Fifth period on Friday, I'm in the classrooms. And our goal is to increase the amount of time that we're in the classrooms to as much as possible. But I think being in the classrooms is the one formative way that we can provide consistent coaching and feedback for continuous improvement. Also continuing to improve and expand our IB, AP, and dual credit courses. So our first goal, as Dr. Williams mentioned, our goals are aligned to our strategic plan and to the ISB summative metrics, focuses on English language arts. So by May of 2023, students scoring at or above ISB proficiency in evidence-based reading and writing will increase by at least 5% for the SAT, the PSAT 10, and the PSAT 8-9. We want to improve classroom instruction through a focus on the district priority standards. Again, aligned exactly to Common Core state standards and College Board. We want to prioritize the gradual release of responsibility as an instructional delivery method and implement common informative assessments and provide opportunities for reteaching and enrichment. Action steps: to establish common planning for the English department to discuss scope and sequence and weekly PD, review STAR assessment data and College Board results for reteaching opportunities. And I want to say thank you for getting a STAR, because that's a formative check that's going to help us grow. We want to develop a PLC calendar for teacher content teams to meet and create common informative assessments, conduct daily administrative walkthroughs, and distribute data from the district dashboard to teaching staff on student progress. And then finally, conduct weekly ILT meetings focused on improving instruction. Our second goal focuses on math. And so by May 2023, students scoring at or above proficiency in math will increase by at least 5% on the SAT, the PSAT 10, and the PSAT 8-9. And the strategy is very similar to our ELA. Improve classroom instruction through focusing on teaching the standards, prioritizing the gradual release of responsibility, implementing common formative assessments, and providing opportunities for reteaching and enrichment. And if I could just use another analogy, a while back I was like, okay, I'm going to try to lose 20 pounds. I try to set a goal for myself by November. I can't wait until November to get on the scale to see if I hit or miss. In order to make that goal, I have to weigh myself every week. And I have to check, am my diet, my exercise, am I working towards reaching that goal? That's what the formative checks are, the same concept. So if we can implement those formative checks, in our academics, we'll make our goals. One last thing to point out on this slide is that the bottom bullet, I'd like to host Saturday math prep to close the reading and math gap. So when I looked at the data, there is a gap between reading and math that we need to close. PMSA students 9th through 12th grade are performing better at reading, and so we need to definitely make sure this year a strong focus on math and closing that gap. Goal 3, 9th grade on track. By the end of 2023 school year, there will be an increase of the 9th grade on track percentage from 88 to 95%. Again, focusing on formative checks so that students have real-time information on their attendance, behavior, and grades, and teacher and counselor interventions to support 9th grade students that impact social, emotional, and academic needs, ensuring multiple opportunities for success. We know that the research from the consortium tells us students who are successful after the 9th grade are 3 to 4 times more likely to graduate. So freshman on track is a key metric for us. Action steps include conducting formative checks on a weekly basis using data dashboard, drilling down into lack of success in certain courses and creating interventions, and monitoring school-wide grading practices. Our fourth goal pertains to our graduation rate. So by the end of 2023, we expect 100% of our graduates, 100% of our seniors to graduate. This past year, 2022, was 98%. How are we going to do that? Again, formative checks to identify credit deficient students at risk of graduating at the end of the semester, and identifying and providing interventions. The action steps included, this is the last bullet, I would like to start a Save Your Grade program over winter break. The winter break, the end of the semester comes right after winter break, so I want to use those 2 weeks just to capture seniors, who need that help after the first semester. But we're also going to have administrators accessing the student portal to check progress towards graduation, and 12th grade counselors conducting 5-week formative checks for seniors starting the first semester. Goal 5, our 5 essentials. This pertains to perception data, and this is a survey that is taken by teachers, parents, and students about the school. And what the 5 essentials told us was that PMSA, we want to work at increasing effective leadership. We were ranked at less implementation. We want to move that to more implementation. The key strategy there is the instructional leadership team will create multiple opportunities for stakeholders to lead and share voice. And those are sort of the summation of our 5 metrics and goals for those metrics. I also wanted to let you know that we have an emphasis this year on a direction for our school-wide discipline goals. We want to reduce referrals by 3%, but we want to emphasize discipline instead of punishment. In other words, the focus is not to control student behavior, but to teach students how to control their own behavior, how to regulate. So we want to certainly incorporate restorative justice practices in lieu of consequences where students lose instructional time. And we want to implement a tardy and cut system to track student tardies and cuts. And we're going to do that through a new tool the district purchased for us called PowerPack. And then lastly, we'll continue with consequences like after school or Saturday detentions for students who accumulate too many tardies and cuts. And then the last one, this is we're going to do a 1-minute warning bell during the passing period, so students know, okay, I have 1 minute to get to class. So I think that'll help tremendously, actually. So that's the conclusion of my presentation. I apologize for being long-winded. Thank you for listening very much. I'm very grateful.
Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, yeah, I just have one quick question. You talked about in school highlights, the addition of 1 goal for this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that an elective or required?
It's an elective course.
It is elective. Okay, that's my other question. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. So I don't know if this question pertains to when you were giving the data about the trackers. So my question was, would teachers be tracking, or would this just be the administration or the directors who have these teachers under them? Or is the trackers for everybody? And if the teachers are tracking, or if the teachers are using trackers, what resources do they have to address dropping or failing grades? Because there's always been an issue where when kids fail, who calls the parent, or how do we do this? Is it emotional? Is it stress? How do we address this? We're tracking it, yes, but what resources do we have to address what we see on the tracking?
Yes, so one of the initiatives last year was the graduation certification process that we shared with you, and that's going to help us track at least at the semester how students are doing person by person. Regarding who's going to use the tracker, this is primarily a school leader tool for them to be able to look across their campus and investigate, look at the data in each of those areas. Teachers always have access to PowerSchool to track their own students. But to your point of what will we do with the data, so you'll hear in several of the presentations from our principals that there's a heavier emphasis on professional learning communities and planning those out throughout the school year so that they can share some of this data and then other data that we'll be gathering. But the graduation certification tracker is one solid tool that we can use at least at the semester to see how students are doing at the end of the semester. And of course, principals and their school leadership teams will be able to look weekly at how students are progressing through their courses.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Anderson, Vice President Kelly, Secretary Beltran, board members, and Dr. Henderson. My name is Dr. Albert Brass. I'm the proud principal of Proviso West High School. This evening, I will be sharing our continuous improvement plan. Our school at Proviso West is identified as commendable. Our goal is to be exemplary. We have an enrollment of 1,900 students. We have a staff of 121. And we're fortunate to have 8 school counselors. As you heard Mr. No indicated earlier, our numbers are approximately 240 to 1 for our school counselors to our students. In addition, we have 6 social workers, 2 psychologists, and 3 behavior interventionists. This year, our grade level principals will be partnered with our 2 grade level counselors and social workers. So they will work in a pod. To answer your question, Secretary Beltran, that's kind of the goal behind working in the pod, to look at that data bi-weekly and then to have those discussions in regards to students' performance. Some of our school highlights. This past year, we had 2 students who earned internships through CTE upon graduating from Proviso West. In addition to that, we offered students earned $14 million in scholarships this past year. We earned the International Baccalaureate designation. We offered this past year a bilingual YouTube channel for our school events, so parents and students can see our daily announcements through YouTube. We offer 16 advanced placement courses, and this year we had our 60th annual Proviso Township High School basketball tournament. For this upcoming year, tools to support our scholars. You'll hear more about our Tier 2 academic supports as well as social and emotional supports. As we know, our students definitely need those additional tools. We're also going to talk about our reduction of our 50-minute lunch period to 25-minute lunch period. We recognize having 500 students in the lunchroom was an area of concern. So bringing it down to A and B to 200 to 250 will be a lot more manageable for our students and for our staff as well. In addition, you heard Mr. No indicated that we're also going to have our one goal this upcoming school year. Our school improvement teams consist of myself, grade level principal Dr. Seegers for our freshmen, Dr. Blakely for our sophomores, Mr. Halamil for our grade level 11th grade, and Ms. Martinez, our principal in assignment for our 12th graders. Mr. Hurley, our instructional coach, our SPED coordinator, Ms. Hughes, Mr. Ingram, one of our counselors, our registrar, Ms. McGee, a security, teacher, and support staff representative will also be part of that school leadership team. Our stakeholder advisory group consists of myself, community members, Mr. Anthony, Mr. Walker, who's one of our DREAM program coordinator, who's also an alumni, student council representatives, and our parent advisory committee will also be part of that stakeholder committee group. Similar to Mr. No, we looked at some of the root cause in regards to data. Looking at our 5 essentials, our SAT data, our school report card, discipline data, course grades, senior exit surveys, and also we had teacher feedback surveys giving us feedback on our culture and climate. Some of the things that stood out, as you heard Dr. Henderson mention earlier, about teaching and learning. One of the things that stood out for us was that our evidence-based reading and writing score of 480 was 60 points below the ISBE proficiency level. Our math score was at 385, which is another area of concern that you'll hear later on how we're going to address that. We also listened to our staff, that we wanted to provide additional support for our staff and planning time to allow for PLCs to take place. So going to the 8-period day has allowed us to be very creative with that. But within our 5 essentials, we learned that our students felt that our school did not have a school-wide future orientation focus. Within 5 essentials, that means that our students felt as though we did not prepare them for life after high school. So our goal today is to share with you our plans on making sure that not one of our scholars can say that they have not had the opportunity to learn more about college and career readiness. Our goal for our ELA, by May of 2023, students scoring at or above the EBRW will increase by 5% on the SAT. Our strategies to address that: to fully implement the written curriculum within English, increase the rigor and relevance in classroom, which is also reported in our 5 essentials from our students, and also to integrate SAT question practice and review throughout the school year through the use of bell ringers, through the use of exit tickets. Some of our action steps. Our first activity would be on September 20th. Our English and social studies teachers will have the opportunity for the first time to sit down with a College Board representative, Ms. Thomas, where they're going to step away from the classroom and work together collaboratively to look at data, student data from the College Board assessment, also look at STAR data, and have that time to begin the planning of their school year. In addition to that, our students will be utilizing the Khan Academy throughout the day. Some of you know I have triplets. I'm not going to go through a lot of analogies like Mr. No, but I'll share this story. On Sunday, my children, my triplets, my 2 girls and a boy, they're going to be juniors. And when I asked them about the College Board and asked them about Khan Academy, only one of my 3 had that information. So we sat down and we linked their Khan Academy with the College Board, so now they're able to practice, which we'll talk about how they're able to practice more and start to understand the question analysis and those sort of things as they prepare for the test. So for me, it's very near and dear, not only for my students at school, but those at home. In math, by May of 2023, we also want to increase by 5% on the SAT within our math. We want to make sure that we fully implement the written curriculum within math, increase the rigor and relevance in our classrooms so students understand why they're learning these skills. Also, we want to continue to integrate SAT questions throughout that as well. On September 9th, our math and science teachers will participate in a full data retreat. September 9th is very interesting because that's the second Friday of school. While our students with their math, while our teachers are working on data, our students are meeting with their grade level principals, going through building-wide expectations. Your math class, you're going to meet with your grade level principal. Now, when you go to your science class, you'll meet with your grade level principal for the second time that day. Why is that important? It's about those relationships and spending time making sure they understand the expectations for that year. That process will not be the only time we do that. It will be a continual process because we know teachers need additional time to work together. And we'll also talk about how, when we continue this process, how our counselors, for example, on September 20th, will begin utilizing this time to meet with their students. Ninth grade on track. Our goal, by 2023, that the percentages of students who are on track will move from 72% to 76%. Ninth graders will receive ongoing academic and social and emotional support. That's imperative. This past year, we know that our freshmen and sophomores, not only the academic piece, but the social and emotional piece. It's imperative that our student services team continue to support them through the ways of social and emotional supports, individual as well as small group counseling. Our instructional leadership team will meet to go over their course breaks weekly. Freshman success coaches will meet with them as well during their lunch periods that you'll see, as I mentioned earlier, how to establish those relationships early and often. On August 29th, we'll have our freshman orientation night, where we'll bring our students in to meet with their grade level principal and begin those conversations. School counselors will also meet with them. And what's very unique about our schedule is that we're going to be having our lunch periods, as you'll see. Our freshmen will eat lunch in the fourth period, which will give our counselors time to meet with them as well during that time period, as well as their core teachers. In addition to that, we'll also be having quarterly parent conferences. Our parents have to be part of the process. It's imperative that we meet with our parents to talk about ongoing academic progress. As mentioned earlier, it's enough to have the data, but we have to have the communication as well. To address our graduation rate, our goal is to move from 75% to 80% by next school year. How will we do that? We already know our juniors who are in jeopardy. So when we come back to school, it's imperative that our counselors, our two counselors, meet with those rising juniors who will be seniors right away to have those one-on-one meetings, to talk about where they be deficient and put together a plan for graduation. If that plan includes additional courses, either through the evening school program or through Edgenuity, to allow that to take place immediately. That support will take place during, as you see pretty soon, our duty periods where teachers will be available to provide the academic support. One of the things that's imperative with this process, with the grade certification process, is that there's documentation, there's an actual letter that goes home to our parents as well. Our 5 essentials. One of the things, as I mentioned earlier, we talked about was the school-wide future orientation. That was our focus. So what we're going to do is ensure that all students take the 5 essential survey. This past year, we only had about 60%. It was taken right after we came back from the strike. So many of our students missed the opportunity. So we want to ensure that every student has an opportunity to take the 5 essentials. But more importantly, as I said earlier, students will have the opportunity to enroll into Naviance, which is a program that allows our students to look at college and career planning as early as freshman year. We can't start senior year planning college. We have to start freshman year. In addition to that, we have the one goal, as Mr. Noel indicated earlier, we're going to have 50 to 60 juniors who will be able to take part in that process. The last thing that we want to do is start with our college bus tours. Last year, we were able to take students to Jackson State. Our goal this year is that every time we have a day out of school, for example, Columbus Day, October 10th, we want to give our opportunities for our students to take a college bus tour and go off to see a college campus. As we tell students all the time, before you walk out of the store with a pair of shoes, you try them on. Our students need to have the opportunity to try them in these colleges before they apply and before they attend them. Twice a month, Panther Time. Proviso West will conduct a full day dedicated to college and career readiness. This is when the data retreats take place. It's called Panther Time. So for every grade level, students will have an opportunity to meet with their counselors during this time period, and they'll be working on some college and career readiness. They'll be utilizing Naviance. As I mentioned earlier, Khan Academy and the test prep will be utilized. Career interest inventories will also be an opportunity for our students to begin that process. FAFSA. Many of our students did not complete FAFSA. We want to start that process earlier. So this will give our students an opportunity to work closely with their counselors during Panther Time to get this work completed. This is the lunch period. I want to share this with you. As some of you recall, years ago we did have the A and B schedule, but more importantly this time it's going to be also when we're able to do our duty periods and also provide tutoring time for our scholars. As you can see, our sample is that during period 4 lunch, we have an A and B where our freshmen will have 2 different lunch periods, A and B. Our freshman teachers predominantly will have freshmen, that will be their duty period during that time period. Why is that important? Because now they can also meet as grade level teams when they're not meeting with students. That provides them with additional time to work together and collaborate. We have our duty period set up on Monday and Wednesdays, math and science to do the tutoring, which will allow the other teams to work collaboratively. Our electives are on Friday, English and Social Studies on Tuesday and Thursday. This is a sample draft. The intent behind it is to provide our students with more access and more support throughout the school day, and to also provide our teachers with collaborative time to work together. The last thing I want to make sure I touch upon as well, we know at West that we have some work to continue to do to support our students, the culture and climate. Here you have 9 different bullet points, so to say, in regards to how we want to reset our discipline. So that reset button we're pressing. One of the things we want to do, first and foremost, that every student, when they walk in the building, they have an ID around their neck that identifies who they are. Also, we want to also ensure that we support the district-wide cell phone policy by putting in place a cell phone procedure that ensures that teaching and learning is taking place. Our students right now are distracted while they're teaching and learning. So we are going to put in place a cell phone procedure that's going to be something that's manageable by our students and by our staff, but more importantly, with the support of our students and our parents. Parent meetings will be taking place, and they have already started with our at-risk students from last year, ensuring that we put together a behavior and attendance contract so that when they return this upcoming school year, that we have a plan to support them. It's important that we have a plan of support. As I mentioned earlier, we want to increase the social and emotional support for our students, and with individual and group counseling. Why is that important? To reduce fights. In addition, as we've addressed the class cuts in our building, we want to increase our presence in the hallway to ensure that students are where they're supposed to be at all times. So that data platform that we have is going to allow us to identify those students who are having attendance issues. As you saw earlier, the reduction of the 50 minutes to 25 minutes is going to greatly reduce the downtime in our lunchrooms. The reset room, in lieu of ISS, the reset room, and I can't take credit for this, Dr. Thomas coined this phrase. Remember, every situation encourages transformation. Remember, every situation encourages transformation. So the reset room is going to give us an opportunity for our students to learn from the mistakes that have taken place. And then lastly, the reset room is intended to reduce also our out-of-school suspensions. Students cannot learn while they're at home. So the reset room is going to give them an opportunity to learn while they're in the school building and reset and change some of their trajectory by making better choices. Thank you for your time.
I have a question. Yeah, based on past practices, it's 5%. It's a 5% increase academically in math and ELA, an aggressive goal. And have you considered freshmen who may affect this goal?
The first question was in regards to the 5%.
Yeah, that aggressive based on past practices. I think I recall it was pushed for 3, 2, 3. Is 5 more aggressive? It's 5 a different percentage now because I don't remember seeing the 5% of this. You know, in past practices last year, the year before, did we push that 5% on ELA and math?
One of the things is as we continue to look at our goals, we're continuously looking to improve those goals. So we'll continue to monitor those goals, and with the goal of 5% being our target, knowing, as you said, past practice, what has and what hasn't happened. Our goal is to push forward to get to that target.
Yeah, okay, no,
That's our
just 5%. It's,
yes.
it's very aggressive, I think, but it's good. I like it. I see you guys are very excited, and I commend you for that. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
So you had mentioned the students were meeting the first or second Friday with their...
Yes, September 9th, they'll meet with the grade level principals.
And that was going over the expectations, and they're also doing the online webinar about student expectations?
Yes, there'll be also an opportunity for that to take place as well. Correct.
Okay, so they're doing both?
So that the in-person on September 9th
Right.
is for grade level principals to meet with their students individually in smaller groups.
Right, and then there's the webinar, though, the student rights and responsibilities that the kids were supposed to sign up for.
Correct. That's another opportunity to go over additional information in regards to that.
Okay, and then we have the other meeting, the town hall. Is that also for students, or is that more for parents?
That's for parents.
That's for parents? Okay, and then the other, thank you. And then the other thing you had mentioned was the 8 counselors. So we do have 2 counselors for each grade level at West?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the second part of my question was...
Oh, sorry.
And that's okay. We all know that our feeder schools, we can't control how these students come in and what grade level they're at, you know, reading and writing and math. So maybe I missed it, but you do have a plan to address this issue, correct? Because we are getting the 8-period day. I mean, there's no, PMSA, Proviso West, the plans getting an equitable education. But sometimes when it comes to PMSA, we recruit the best of the best students. So I was just wondering how Proviso West and Proviso, how we can handle the situation, because it's a real situation. And that's something we don't control because that's our feeder school. We can't tell them, hey, you got to teach a student this before he gets here. Maybe they do, but there's loopholes, you know, and somehow, some way, students get here in our school district, which, I mean, they live in the district, is their right, at a very low level. So I was just wondering how we're going to address that.
So what we'll continue to do is look at the students as they arrive. Our goal is to look at the growth of our students. As you indicated, we can't control when they're, before they get here, their prior knowledge, but when they arrive to us, it's our charge to move the needle and to help them grow as much as they can.
You will be articulating with the feeder schools, however.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Patterson, Vice President Kelly, Secretary Baldrez, and fellow board members. My name is Rodney Hull, and I'll be doing the presentation for Proviso East High School this evening. I do want to introduce my admin team, Mr. Garcia, who's the new freshman assistant grade level principal, Ms. Keisha Lang, who's a sophomore grade level principal, Mr. William Bryce, junior grade level principal, and Mr. Latoya McIntosh, who's half seniors this year. So I know they're out in the audience, and I worked with them last month putting together this presentation and just talk about our continuous improvement plans. And we worked very hard to get to this presentation this evening. Thank you. Our school designation this year is comprehensive. Our goal is to be commendable. We've looked at the steps that it will take for the school to improve, and we're working toward that, as you will see in my presentation this evening. Our enrollment is 1,750 students. Our teaching staff is 96. We also have 8 counselors, 4 social workers, a psychologist, and 1 behavioral specialist. We lost one of the behavioral specialists prior to the end of the year, and so we're hoping that we get that position filled through West 40 and through our partners to make sure we have, the full support that we need. As Mr. Noel and Dr. Brass pointed out, we gave a percentage of with our students with the student to counselor ratio, and we're at about 218 to 1. And it's a little lower in the higher grades because we have more freshmen than seniors. School highlights. School highlights for the 2022 school year was we received over $17 million. We had students who were awarded over $17 million in scholarships. We had 320 graduates that graduated in our 4-year cohort, 340 total through Seniors Plus. We had another 20 students that graduated at the beginning of June. We had 188 students that were serviced by Dream, 66 of them graduating with that cohort. We recovered over 675 credits over the course of the school year. We offer 17 different sports and over 50 clubs. Our NJROTC received the most improved unit and distinguished in Unit 3, and the Rear Admiral Kuchar visited 2 schools in the country last school year and Proviso was one of them. We had over 1,000 students that made the honor roll between quarters 1, 2, and 3. Over 300 students interviewed for jobs this summer. We offered an SA2 boot camp. We had an additional 11 students that graduated, and over 300 credits recovered this summer. We also have partnerships with Loyola, which I failed to put on here, but we've been extending that partnership, and we also have a very robust parent patrol and a parent advisory council. I do want to drop anchor and say that, I recognize all of the work that it took to get the students that graduated over the last year. Some of our successes that we really want to highlight this year is the number of students that graduated. The senior cohort had 380 students. And I don't want to do the math for the cohort that's coming from the state, but what I will tell you is that we had 380 students that were seniors and 320 of them graduated. By my math, that's 84%.
Yes, sir.
And for the 20 students that graduated in Senior Plus, they go to our 5th and 6th year cohort, as well as the 11 students. 8 of the 11 were in the 5th and 6th year cohort, so that's 28 students that came back to school and were able to finish, and 323 total that graduated in the 4-year cohort. So we're waiting to see. One of our goals that I'll get to is that we want our graduation rate to be 80%. I don't know how clean our data is for 2 and 3 years ago with the state. I do know we had 380 seniors this year. So, we're waiting to see what that comes back as. School improvement team includes myself and the administrators that I just mentioned, Mr. Knock, our IB coordinator, as well as Mr. Dr. Carson, who's our SPED coordinator. Our stakeholder advisory group is comprised of 3 of our parents that are on our parent advisory council. Bishop Sappho, who runs PT Man, is one of the pastors in the community. Our social worker, Ms. Murchison, and 2 teachers, Mr. Moss and Ms. Clay. Root causes, as my colleagues mentioned, all come from all of our data sources, school report card, the college board, STARS data, 5 essentials, our common interims, and all of our data that we get from Power School and our school improvement plan. Our goal this year, as my colleagues mentioned, is to improve in the ELA. That's our first goal. We didn't want to do the Christmas tree approach and try to do 25 things, but we do want to focus on rigor and making sure that our students are exposed to grade level curriculum and standards so that they don't see them for the first time on the state assessment. And so we're going to focus on making sure that they're in our PLCs. We start looking at the grade level rigor and start doing rigor exercises and providing intervention to College Board, STARS data, and some of the progress monitoring that we could do with working with our PLCs. We scheduled our teachers in a way where all of our math teachers, our IM1 teachers, will be able to meet and have PLCs, as well as our English 1 teachers, so that they can really get to the crux of making sure that we clean up a couple of our data sources just off the start, 9th grade on track, freshman on track proficiency, as well as pushing our students up to the other grade levels where they're proficient and they're not seeing grade level proficiency on the PSAT 8, 9, or 9, 10, as well as the SAT in 11th grade. And so we don't want to make sure, we want to make sure our kids see that what's going to be expected throughout the year and not in April when they take the test. So our goal is to increase by at least 5% in reading, as well as in math. We're going to also use College Board and Khan Academy to make sure we're doing interventions with our 10th and 11th graders as well as using bell ringers and exit tickets to really just check and make sure that our students are obtaining the information and retaining it, as well as that it's being refreshed on a continual basis prior to taking the SAT at the end of the school year. Our 9th grade on track, freshman on track, we want to increase. In 2021, it was 49%. We don't have the data for this school year, and so we're going to try to get to 70%. That's our goal. We know that it can be much higher, but we want it to be reasonable. Now, we have a new grade level team coming in. We're going to provide, with this 8-period day, we'll be able to meet with the teachers and really provide the supports and really make sure that we have wraparound services for our students and making sure that they stay on track.
Record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Sorry for the interruption. Go back. We also, we came up with a plan, much like Wes, and we worked together. One of the emphasis that we had this summer was really to make sure we had coherence across all 3 schools, and we're doing some of the things to support our student population. So some of the things that you'll consistently hear is using the PLCs, having the grade level meetings, meeting with our teachers and really just focusing on what we're doing. We also created grade level teams, grade level support teams with our grade level assistant principals, social workers, the counselors, as well as some of the teachers there really, we have teachers that have freshman-only schedules. They'll be our freshman success teachers for the most part, and we'll be having meetings with them throughout the year, really looking at data. Before we put together this data dashboard, we started talking about pulling D&F reports, which we can't pull out of Power School. It's something that I've done in the past. And we don't have to wait till the 10th week or report card pickup or tell parents that Rodney's off track. Rodney's off track the second week. We got a team at every grade level that with a 218-to-1 ratio, a grade level assistant principal and a social worker, we should be able to contact their parent and provide services and supports to them. We can offer extended day and after school. We can do remediation during lunch, as we have the freshman success periods and some of the other periods that we'll have set up to support the kids. You'll also see, as I move forward into, for our freshmen, we're a comprehensive school, and I didn't harp on this in my last slide, but we want to offer strategic math. And we did look at our 8th grade data coming in for the last few years and saw where those kids were scoring at, and we wanted to focus on our Tier 2 students. And we were going to select about 200 students to provide strategic math for those students where they'll be getting math intervention and support. We have some very low scores coming into the district. They've historically been that way the last 5 to 10 years. And we really want to make sure that we get those kids the support they need so that when they're taking IM 1, Integrated Math 1, that they're not seeing rigor and equations that they're not prepared to take. And we know that just looking at the data. And so with this strategic math course that we're going to offer to 200 students, the ratio will be about 20-to-1. We've identified the teachers. We're going to get the teachers the training and the support and the programs to really run those programs. That'll be in addition to the Integrated Math 1. So by the end of the year, we will have remediated a lot of the deficiencies that the students have, as well as expose them to the grade level rigor. And at some point, the plan is for it to all come together, and we'll be able to support that population of kids. Our fourth goal was to increase the graduation rate to 80%. Some of the things that we put together to support them with the grade level assembly. We're going to host the college tours, a college application preparation seminars with the students, as well as the FAFSA nights. We want to offer credit recovery opportunities because we're still going to be cleaning up a lot of the data from the past. And it's highlighted through the successes that we had last school year and this school year. We're looking to really just continue to do that and make sure we get our students on track. We're going to conduct a graduation audit and one-on-one conferences with all seniors going into the school year. The audits have already kind of started. We're just waiting on all the students to come in. We're also going to meet with all the parents and get some jeopardy letters at the end of September and October to any students that is not on track to graduate. So parents will know what Rodney needs to graduate in June and October, or at least October. Our 5 essential survey, we wanted to focus on having involved families. We started a lot of that work this year with hosting and starting our Proviso Weeks pack with our parents. As we got toward the end of the year, the participation picked up to where we needed a bigger space, and we were also doing online meetings. So we really want to continue to collaborate with our parents and keep them engaged and involved. Our last score on our 5 essentials was scored this week, where we only scored a 23. We want to at least get that up to 50, which will be strong and really just shows that we're working toward including our parents and using them as, having them be partners and making sure that our students are on track to learning. We also want to utilize Loyola and West 40 to provide training and support for families. As I met today with Loyola as well, and they're continuing to apply for grants to really support Proviso Weeks and the parents in the community. And so we're going to expand some of our offerings. All of our parents that are registering are signing up for Loyola to help service the kids as well. So they'll be able to do the physicals and really attend to some of the students as they have issues throughout the year. And a lot of the parents are signing up and taking advantage of it because it's free. Focus on this one. We're gonna focus on discipline. We looked at the referrals that were highlighted in the last report from last month. We looked at the 663 referrals that were for providers weeks. I went and sat down with my team. We went through the referrals, and we wanted to try and see where they're level 1, level 2, level 3. And, you know, a lot of the referrals in there were level 1 and 2 referrals, meaning, you know, the level 1 referral, and I'll give you a few examples, may be, you know, a kid in class, he's talking, he's off track, he's not doing his work, he has a cell phone out. Level 2 would be something like a disruption, or students, you know, repetitively being late for class. Teacher puts in referrals, we respond to them, and then we got to the level 3s. Now, we never had, you know, the 4s and 5s, it's something we don't ever want to get to. Level 3 would be the fights, and you know, when we looked at the level 1s and 2s, we noticed that, you know, out of the 663, more than 2/3 of them were level 1 and level 2. The level 3s are the ones that get the headlines, but the level 1s and 2 make up the number that you see there. We also want to reduce, you know, one of our goals this year is reduce, you know, disruptions and fights. We're going to enforce the cell phone policy, as Dr. Braz alluded to, and he didn't go into great detail. You know, we're going to make it consistent across all 3 schools. So we're saying we're going to have a cell phone, or we're going to enforce the cell phone policy. Then what we talked about was during passing time and during lunchtime, it's the safe zone for kids to use phones. Once they cross the threshold going into class, it's a no phone zone. Phones have to be put up. There's no ringing. There's no, it's my mother, I got to take the call. We're going to make sure we convey that to parents where they understand the expectations and ask them to support that, so that when Rocky comes into the classroom, he knows to turn his phone off. He's not going to be allowed to stand at the door for 2 or 3 minutes and use the phone, and then the teacher don't let him in. He got to go to a tardy pass, because then all we're doing is stacking up referrals. We got a phone violation, and we got one for the kid being late. So we're going to really enforce that, but we're also going to educate our parents and our students to make sure that they understand the expectations. It's going to be the same across 3 schools, so that, you know, if a parent has a student at East and a student at PMSA, it's the same rule.
Very good.
Same rule. We're going to reduce skipping and cutting. We started our summer parent meeting with some of our average students, where we started meeting with them and just going through what they didn't get accomplished last year, setting expectations for this school year. So any students that were chronically late or receiving referrals, we started having those conversations with parents, and as parents are coming in doing registration, we have a list of those parents, and we just pull them to the side. We have an administrator there at every registration day that we're having. They're scheduled out through the summer, and we're going to continue that because we really want to hit the ground running. We've established the relationships, and we've reduced the amount of misconduct referrals that we have from the start of the year to the end of the year. We're also going to have the reset room and offer MTSS services. All students and staff must wear an ID at all times. We're going to offer freshman success, and as Dr. Braz alluded to, we're definitely going to reduce the freshman lunch. We're looking at opportunities to get it done with the sophomores, juniors, and seniors, but I don't want to really say that until I know we can do it. But it is something that we're working on right now as we complete the schedule. Thank you.
I got a question.
Questions?
Go ahead.
Just going back to the school success, school highlights. So support staff, we have 8 school counselors, so 2 again for each grade level, just like at West?
Yes.
Okay, and then you have 4 social workers. Is that 1 for each grade, or just as?
Yeah, so the grade level teams are the grade level principal,
Okay.
2 counselors, and 1 social worker.
Okay, and then the psychologist just kind of floats as needed.
Yeah,
as
the psychologist works in tandem with the grade level teams as well as with the special ed coordinator, because there's a component of that as well.
Okay.
That they have to do.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So I didn't see this, and it's probably ended under one of those bullet points, but I just want to see if you could just give me a little bit of information, because I did not see anything, or if you could just give me some explanation. What are we doing for the students who don't have English as their first language? How are we addressing this issue? Understanding that an 8-period day can be difficult and challenging for both an English-speaking student. understanding the past practices, and I mean when I was in high school and even after that, these students were put in special education classes, which is not an equitable practice.
So one of our goals district-wide this year is to have equity, to make sure that we're providing the same level of service for all our subgroups. So whether it's our EL population, our students that have disabilities, or our students that are have tier 2 and tier 3 needs or social emotional needs, we want to make sure that whether you're black, white, or Latino, that we're working with all of our subgroups, because all of our subgroups make up our composite score. So we can't leave no group behind. We have a lot of conversations about how one of the biggest and as you, to answer your question, one of the biggest things that we're focusing on, make sure we focus our, that we concentrate on our EL population. Even from the standpoint of when parents are coming in filling out applications, that they're filling out the home language survey correctly, and then we're making sure that those students are being the appropriate services from day one, to make sure that we have the teaching staff to support them, and provide the training needed to work with that population of students. Well, one of our conversations that we had this week is that our EL population is not just Spanish-speaking kids. Right. We have another kid here that, we were able to get a tutor to help support this kid, and I think his native language was Wolof, which is a language that's not spoken in this country. But, the kid came in probably October, November. We got the kid scheduled. Ms. McIntosh, through her network out in the west suburbs, found somebody else in the state of Illinois that spoke Wolof. And that person was able to help tutor that student. So it is something that we're talking about. It is a hiring priority here in the district to make sure that we have staff to support that population of students, regardless of language.
Right, that'll affect your 5%. Thank you.
I have a question. The freshman on track from last year was 49%. So what is the plan to help those students get back so they'll be able to graduate?
Yeah, and so I'll go back to the slide just so I can highlight some of the things I said. With the grade level team, one of the things that, when we came in last year, we didn't have any data. We were coming off the pandemic. The kids had been home for 2 years, and we didn't have any data or any momentum coming into the school year. And so we could look at the historical data and look to see how the kids were doing, but what I did was went a step further, and I looked at all of the feeder school data. And from there, when I looked at success rates for the teachers from this last school year versus the data, it was like, let's put together some strong teams that consist of the grade level principal, the 2 counselors, the social worker, and the secretary. And so part of the work that we did this summer was we ran attendance reports, we ran DNF reports to really see how many lists these kids showed up on. And we looked at the freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. And all of the secretaries, we started calling parents. We started having conversations about, what can we do to get kids back on track. Part of it was coming to summer school. So that's a start. That's cleaning up data, but I don't want to say it's post-mortem, because we want to service the kids while they're here. We don't want to be in a recovery where we're reacting instead of being preventative. And so we want to make sure that we have the supports there. I think we're going to get a lot of mileage out of freshman success this year. We're going to get a lot of mileage out of the strategic math that we're putting in, because when you look at the number of students that failed classes in IM 1, which is Integrated Math 1, and English 1, that's a lot of kids. Right. And so if we can give them a solid foundation coming in, it increases our freshmen on track.
Oh, sure, I understand for the incoming freshmen, but the rising sophomores are really behind the 8 ball, like a lot of them. But
we recovered. Yeah, we recovered a lot of those credits over the summer. Oh, so and we had a breakdown. We recovered over 1,000 credits, and the number of credits that were recovered this summer. And we broke it down for the number of kids that completed 1 course, the number of kids that completed 2 courses, 3 courses. or 4 courses, and part of it setting deadlines, and I'm real big on setting deadlines, because then I get, I don't want to say compliance, but the kids know the date. I met with them every week, and it was a 4-week, so each summer session was 3 weeks. Every week, the kids were given a goal of completing 33% of the course. With 300 kids in summer school. So the kids are recovering the credits. We had over 1,000 credits recovered in less than a year. And I don't, I'm okay with conveying that this year. I'm hoping to reduce that next year because I need the kids to pass the original class.
Exactly.
I don't want to be in credit recovery mode. If I'm giving you the same numbers next year, then, we had some shortcomings this year.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
I'd just like some clarification. You said seniors will know what they need in October?
They would know what their deficiencies are in October.
They can't find that out sooner?
Well,
like at the end of the junior year?
Well, no, because we have kids that went to summer school. And so a lot of the kids...
But the other kids should know.
Yeah,
right?
well, so the other part of it is, we're still, we're finalizing the conversions of the CBE grades for the rising seniors. And so from there, the counselors will get that data, pull it, it'll be on the transcripts, they'll be able to pull the transcripts, they'll spend a little time working between the start of school and toward the end of October doing the audits. Some of them they've already started, some of them, but probably half of them because that was one of the things that they took advantage of toward the end of the year. And they started doing some of the audits, so it won't be as much that needs to be done as last year. And some of the counselors have already started having the conversations with those students in terms of what their needs are.
Great, because they may need to come to summer school.
Yeah, and that's why we got the ones that we got this summer. We definitely know what kids needed to pass, but if they needed to clean up classes from freshman year, sophomore year, junior, or kids that transferred in, and just doing a fresh audit with them and seeing what gaps they had moving from whatever school they came in, coming into Proviso Township High School District, and meeting our requirements. And so, we've definitely been having those conversations. We, even as, a couple hours ago, we have a kid finishing a course that is asking, if they finish by next week, any kid that finishes before the start of school goes into this cohort, we're still supporting those kids.
Great, great.
Madam President, question. Mr. Hall, you stated that the students would be able to utilize their cell phones in between classes.
Yes.
How long is it passing? How long do they have?
5 minutes.
So if their phone is off in class, they're going to be in the hallway trying to power it up and then be able to get to the class within that 5-minute time. Now, I just want to make us aware of what our policy says. You guys have some letters that we can discuss that. The board policy 7190, section 5 says that all of cell phones will be off upon entering the building and only be turned on under the permission of teachers or for purposes of learning. So if you guys are going to allow them to turn those phones on for 5 minutes and expect them to be off, again, by the time they get into class, I just don't think that's a viable option. I'm not telling you how to run your buildings, but you are in conflict with our policy. Our policy says they're to be off all day unless you guys give them permission, or during lunch period. So lunch period is an exception within the policy. But I would direct you guys towards board policy 7190, which gives specific instructions and understanding from the board on what we expect with these cell phones. If you're going to deviate from that, Doc and I don't need to try to address that. That would be a board issue. That you guys make sure that that's within the parameters of that policy legally, so we don't have any problems if a parent decides to read the policy versus what we're telling them to do, and make sure that that matches up also with what's in the handbooks. The last question about the freshmen on track, I'm really hoping and I'm encouraged to hear all 3 schools mentioning freshmen on track, because I know in the past we've had some really good success with that in addressing some of those deficiencies that Mr. Valtierrez was talking about coming in. But I'm really hoping that, Doc, when we talking about clubs, and that we're putting those teachers in positions to get the required supports that they need. And then as we stipend different clubs and organizations, that we provide the right stipends and things for those teachers that volunteer and do that rigorous work, because that is some rigorous work, but it is effective. So I hope that the implementation of the plan is good, but I hope that the implementation of the Freshmen on Track across all 3 campuses is aligned, and we're getting the same types of results and data. Because I think moving forward, that would be a great thing if, regardless of which school you go to, the Freshmen on Track is being able to garner the same type of data if it's implemented the same way.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to augment a few answers concerning freshmen on track, we do also have the option of evening school. So students who are recognize that they're off track have an opportunity before summer school next summer to recoup some of those credits. Additionally, several months ago, the board agreed to and approved Lexia Learning that will be embedded in our EL classes in order to support our English learners as well. I will quickly.
Before you go there, for your evening school, are you inviting freshmen to evening school?
It's primarily for credit recovery. So the second semester, if a student finds himself or herself off track, evening school will be available.
What are the hours of evening school? Because there's a curfew. What are the hours of evening school?
I'll have to look back at my notes to give you an exact answer. It's school ends at 3:15. We want to make sure they have time to get to evening school. So I believe our start time was at 4 p.m. and we'll run at least 4 hours.
How many hours?
4. And I'll give a precise answer to Dr. Henderson.
And that includes dinner provided by teachers.
Yes, we will have transportation and dinner provided for all students.
Madam President. Quick question for Doctor. Now, we talked in, I think, the last board meeting about, and I didn't hear this, Dr. Henderson, in the presentation, but I hope you're working towards that, the allowing of students to fail. So I hear a lot of plans as it relates to what we're going to do to make sure that students are made aware and that students are given the opportunities for night school and credit recovery and all of these great things that the district recovers. I'm looking for a policy piece to enforce that. It should not be an option, and Mr. Gleason and Dr. Henderson can look at to see what we have per state code, school code, whatever, to enforce that, but it should not be an option to fail. I.e., if your grade level or your grade point average dips below here, then you are mandated to summer school. There's not an option for you to go, and we need to try to enforce that through policy if at all possible. At the end of the day, we can't make anyone do anything. I understand that. We need to posture ourselves as a district with the expectations that if you're not meeting muster, we're not giving you the option to fail. We're going to do everything within our power to make sure that we're enforcing these great programs and these great efforts that you all are putting in from the board's perspective through policy. So I'm always keen, because our role is policy, that the policy is lined up with you all's great work so that you have the teeth and the enforcement ability to, when you're speaking to these parents, to say, well, it's board policy that, you know, your son's missing a couple of grades and he's a freshman and he's not on track, that he must make these up during summer school.
Thank you for that, sir. We are looking.
Very briefly, I'd like to update you on a piece of the pie in terms of how we're rated as a school district. So the climate survey, otherwise known as the 5 Essentials, is approximately 6.767% of our overall rating. And so I wanted to give you a snapshot of the results for the 5 Essentials. You heard each of the 3 principals set a goal around the climate survey. And so I wanted to give you an overview this evening about each of those 5 Essentials and how our schools are performing. So the 5 Essentials is the climate survey. It's given during the second semester. The window usually starts around January. It's administered to students, teachers, and parents. This is a product of the University of Chicago, and there's strong correlation between schools that score in the strong level on at least 3 to 5 of those 5 Essentials are more likely to show improvements in learning and gains in reading and math. So we want to pay attention very closely to the climate of our schools. Student participation is the only group to count for our summative designation points. If a school gets 95% or more of their students participating, they reach the maximum points, which is 100 points. If they don't get up to 50, they get 0 points, and somewhere in between is a variation of points. The state doesn't give exact numbers for that. We're on. Teacher participation, in order to receive the results for our surveys, we have to reach a certain threshold of participation. So for participation, in order to receive a report for each of those 3 groups, students, parents, and teachers, we have to have a certain threshold of response rate. So for students, it's a 50% response rate so that we can get a report back to look in detail as to how our students, what their perception of the schools are. The teacher participation rate is 50% and 20% for parents in order to get a complete report back. So quickly, the 5 essentials are, the first measure is ambitious instruction. If you think about a rigorous, highly relevant, engaging classroom, that's what we're looking for ambitious instruction. This includes having a very strong curriculum and that curriculum being taught in those classes at a high level. Supportive environment is just what it sounds like it is. It's an environment where students feel welcome, where teachers have strong relationships with their students and they're responsive to students. Involved families takes into consideration how the school engages their families, including their input, seeing them as partners in their learning, and supporting efforts for community resources. Collaborative teachers, essential, has to do with professional learning communities, and that can be informal or formal. Collaborative structures for teachers in schools. And then finally, effective leaders are those who are practicing shared leadership, thus the focus on advisory groups at our schools and also a school leadership team. They maintain trusting relationships with teachers and other staff and also manage their resources for program improvement. So the 5 essentials is on a scale, and you heard several of the principals mention where they were on certain measures of the 5 essentials. They can score very strong to very weak on a 100-point scale. I also want to point out our participation rate this past year. You heard several of our principals mention they want to increase their participation rate, and we agree with them. We want to make sure that we have more participation so that we can have more voice and get more input from our communities. So you can see that we had just over 20% in each of our schools for the parents, which did allow us to receive a full report from our parents. Our teachers' rates were quite low at East and West and can be improved, including the students at East and West as well. We know that students are the way that we're going to reach the maximum number of points. So we're going to put together very strict plans regarding getting our student participation rate up to over 95% next year. So overall, the 5 essentials report will show how a school is faring, and they report it as not yet organized, partially organized, or strongly organized for improvement. East and West are not yet organized for improvement, and PMSA is at partially organized for improvement. The next several graphs just shows data over time, starting in 2019. Quite obvious dip in 2020 because of the pandemic. You can see that East and West are faring about the same in terms of their perception data on ambitious instruction. PMSA is a little higher in that area in terms of ambitious instruction, if you can think about the rigor of PMSA and perhaps why that perception is higher there. For supportive environment, again, East and West faring about the same. In terms of supportive environment, PMSA a little bit higher, around the 60 range is about average or medium. Involved families, again, you see a little bit higher at PMSA, East and West scoring about the same. Collaborative teachers, all schools are faring about the same as far as the perception of teachers around collaborative teachers. And then effective leaders is the lowest of all of the measures for our schools across the board, and actually quite low and quite a dip in the most recent school year. So how are we going to address that culture and climate information? So one, you notice that each school team has a goal for the 5 essentials in their continuous improvement plans. We're going to make sure that we have some kind of mid-year check to determine where we are before the official 5 essentials survey in the spring. We're going to be conducting a curriculum audit to look at our curriculum to make sure that it's rigorous and relevant for our students, and continue to develop our MTSS framework, emphasis on student rights and responsibilities, and collaborating and norming around what those rights and responsibilities are for families, teachers, and students, and then also very rigorous leadership development. So a few highlights for our summer program. As mentioned, we had over 1,000 scholars enrolled in some type of credit recovery over the summer. We had approximately 130 students in accelerated math and 793 courses completed for credit recovery. That's quite a feat to do in just a few weeks. As I mentioned last month, we want to make sure that we're extending opportunities for enrichment and catching up students quicker, or having them pass their courses on the first go-round and make sure that their learning is strong going into the summer. We did, as a result, have 28 scholars that graduated last Thursday in our commencement exercise. There's one action item for your consideration this evening, and that's the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. So at a very high level, we're going to go over the structure of the document, and then some highlights in terms of how we're going to norm across the school district around students' rights and responsibilities. So the handbook really does provide a framework for the academic standards and positive student behavior that we expect throughout our schools. It explains the rights and responsibilities of all members of the school community, and that includes scholars, teachers, families, and leaders. And it also creates a structure where we can forge relationships. So we'll have a conversation about the student rights and responsibilities and each person's role in ensuring a safe and academically enriching environment. So new to the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, from the previous code of conduct that was in the district, we have added disciplinary response levels, and at a very high level, I'll review those this evening. We've also included our parent compact in our Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. We felt that it's important for that document to be codified in the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, and we'll have a process for ensuring parents understand that compact and sign it and return it to school. We also want to emphasize higher accountability for student appearance and cell phones. And we also want to put a focus on attendance procedures so that we can ensure students are at school on time, all day, all periods, etc. So quickly regarding the disciplinary response levels. We know that administrators have latitude when they are looking at individual children and individual incidents. Administrators will typically use the lowest level of response, a 1 or 2 response level, to address inappropriate behavior. We do want to focus on reteaching and discipline instead of punishment, as Mr. No mentioned in his presentation. Serious behaviors that are deemed harmful to the safe and orderly environment of the school may be addressed at the highest level. So we want to make sure that the environment is safe. So if there is an offense or an incident that rises to a level 4 or 5, principals have the latitude to make sure that the school is a safe place to be. Disciplinary consequences will be assessed on a case-by-case basis. We do want to make decisions based on the student in front of us and the incident that we're investigating at the time. This is an example of the chart in the Student Rights and Responsibilities book. This is just a screenshot of how this is laid out. It includes the violation or the incident that a student has done, what that means in layman's terms, and then possible response levels. This doesn't preclude a principal or a school administrator from issuing a response level anywhere up and down the levels, but this is a guide for school leaders so that we can begin to be on the same page regarding incidents and the consequences for those. So the response levels start at 1 and go to 5. At level 1, we're aiming to teach and correct inappropriate behavior, so redirecting students toward more positive behavior. Level 2 is a little more serious in that this is helping the students to make sure that they are not repeating those incidents again while still teaching and correcting them. Level 3 starts perhaps some short-term suspensions or other types of exclusionary practices. These are saved for those incidents that could pose a threat to school safety or the disruption of the learning environment. Levels 4 and 5, of course, are the most serious, and these require longer days of exclusionary practices. At level 5, we're looking at a student who has committed something that has definitely disrupted the learning environment and it's unsafe. And at that point, we want to make sure that that student is in an environment where they can continue to learn, which may be an alternative learning program, such as our DREAM program or PEACE program. The electronic devices and cell phone policy. So this was outlined last month to the board regarding what students can do and what students cannot do. You'll notice the 4 bullets on the left. Students can use phones during lunch, and this is pulled directly from our school board policy. Use phones for educational purposes under the guidance of their teacher in emergency situations, and possess them as long as they are powered off and out of sight during the regular school day. The student cannot use phones or electronic devices to violate the rights of others. These are especially, would likely have a response level higher than a 1 or a 2 because it involves another student and it's violating the rights of other students, including taking photos of others, to cheat or be dishonest academically, and to create, send, share, view, receive, or possess indecent visual depictions, and that includes fights. And of course, that would rise to a higher level of discipline response based on the situation. We also have a focus on student appearance and norming across all 3 campuses around student dress. So students can dress comfortably for school without the fear of unnecessary discipline or body shaming. We want students to feel comfortable at school and to wear clothing that their families have deemed appropriate for school. Teachers can focus on teaching when we have a strong student appearance policy and a dress code, and without the uncomfortable burden of dress code enforcement, which takes away from teaching and learning in the classroom. In our Students' Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, we outline that students cannot wear head coverings of any kind, and that excludes, of course, coverings worn for religious or medical reasons. Students cannot wear shirts or blouses that expose the midsection, wear any clothing that exposes underclothing or buttocks, or wear slippers or other sleepwear. We want students to dress for success. We feel like these guidelines will help our teachers, help our students have an academic environment that's more conducive to learning. And again, the discipline response level is likely at a 1 or 2. You can think about a student who repeatedly does not follow the student appearance or the dress code, that those response levels may go up as a student is not responding to that discipline. So lastly, fighting, which from our last meeting, we talked a lot about the ending of the school data and the number of fights that are happening in our schools. And these can range from discipline response levels to 1 to 5. In our Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, we do define, we have a glossary of terms so that we can come to an agreement as a school district, as students, to know what fighting is, what cheating is, what violation of the school dress code is, so that we can be very clear and consistent across campuses. So again, discipline response levels from 1 to 5, clearly defined in the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, and all incidents, of course, are investigated with the child or children involved and the incident involved, and then discipline applied to those situations. I also want to remind that we have webinars beginning tomorrow at 9 a.m., 1 p.m., and 4 p.m. tomorrow that will outline, this is an open webinar available for students, families, community members, where we will hit some of the highlights of the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, and folks will be able to ask questions and get those answers during those webinars. Those will be held beginning next week, beginning tomorrow. We'll also have them the following week and the week after. And then we also have town hall opportunities for parents, families, students to learn more about the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and get their questions answered. Thank you. Are there any questions?
I have one quick question. Dr. Williams, we mentioned the number for summer school. We had 1,055 students enrolled in summer school?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand there was some discrepancies with summer school teachers and us saying that we did not have enough students for summer school. And we're saying, Doc, we had 1,555 students. We need to look into that and see how that makes sense to what we said as it related to the number of teachers that we needed versus the number of students. 1,055 students is quite a few students. And we're saying that we had too many teachers.
Their students, that is the total enrollment. So students finish their courses, they were allowed to exit summer flight. So we didn't make them stay for the entire time. If they finish a course in a week, in 2 weeks, they could then, they're finished, and they could go home. So that number declined weekly as summer flight went on.
This isn't Madam President, this isn't a part of the agenda, but that number struck me. And okay, so what we're saying then, and Doc, we discussed this, I don't want to belabor it, but I just want to make sure that we're understanding moving forward, and I think you already addressed it during our chat and chew, that we're not deeming or not taking care of our agreements with the teachers because our students, or they do their job and the students complete the courses early. So now what we're saying then effectively is that if the teachers teach, I believe with ingenuity, and get the students across the finish line earlier, they don't get paid. So that's like an incentive to not teach, if you're understanding what I'm saying. We discussed this, I'm not trying to blow it out of the water, but let's be careful with that, because we like the numbers and we want the numbers to go up, and I'm sitting up here saying we want policy to make sure that more students participate. But at the same time, we have to make sure that's aligned with our PTU and that we're doing right by all of these stakeholders involved so that everybody's getting their fair share in the process of accelerating and making sure that these processes that administration is laying out is working. All right, so we just want to make sure that that stuff's all aligned. We did a test run this summer. It didn't come out so good for some people. We want to make sure moving forward next summer that we don't have those same outcomes and that we tighten that stuff up. Thanks, Doctor.
Let me just add into that, quite a bit of what you talked about is actually in my president's report. However, I do have grave concern that a kid doesn't pass English 1 first semester, but they come here in 4 days and complete English. Prior to my arrival on this side of the table, I was the person that stood where you're standing because there was a cheating scandal that occurred where the test was being opened at home. Students were, you recall that, don't you, Ms. Kelly? Students were taking the test. With this ingenuity, technology is great, but you're cheating the student when you're supposed to do 13 assignments before you even take the test. I know for a fact of 2 students, I know for a fact, in 4 days, didn't do anything all school year long, but in 4 days came and took a test. And they were gone. So when you say there were 1,000 and whatever students, I believe you probably had more students the first session of summer school than you did the second session, because the kids just kind of came in, for some reason they were able to take the test and not necessarily complete all of the assignments pre-test. Those are some of the things that I would like to see that we look into, because the kid really cheated himself. I would also like to see that we go back to chalk and chalkboard, or exactly, student teacher, because basically you just have a teacher just there, you push a button and, you know, it's over with. But that's another story, and I'll talk about that more in my...
Actually, you make a great point, Madam President. We're already discussing that for next year.
Okay. I do have some questions in reference to the discipline, and maybe you explained it and I didn't quite comprehend it. Why 5 different disciplinary responses? I think we used to have 3, something like that, 3, and we're at 5 now.
So we're just adding some detail or some nuance regarding the levels. 4 and 5, as I mentioned, are the most restrictive, the most exclusionary, saved for very serious offenses. The first 3, actually the first 2, are more discipline related. In other words, we want to get you back on track. We want to teach you how to more positively behave at school. And moving into 3, 4, and 5. We think that, as I mentioned in the PowerPoint, that administrators are going to lean more toward the lowest levels in order to teach and reteach behaviors in the classroom and save those higher levels for very egregious, dangerous things that pose a safety threat to the environment or highly disruptive to the learning environment.
Because I didn't understand response level 4 referred of a student to the Department of Student Services and Equity. What would the purpose be there?
So we're thinking about the MTSS framework and how some interventions are going to be led at the district level based on our MTSS framework. So not all of this is completely worked out because the MTSS coordinator position is just now back in the district office full time, so that we can build out some of those supports.
But we're gonna vote on this tonight though, right? What's?
We're asking you
Right.
to vote of support for this evening, yes.
Okay. The extended suspension, and I did ask Mr. Gleason about it. The 11 to 45 days, but that's an expulsion. Anything over 10 days would constitute an expulsion. With what you guys have here, what does that look like? How would you do that without expelling the kid going up for expulsion hearing?
So we do have an alternative learning opportunity program. And if students are reached a level 5 offense, where we feel that it's an expulsionary action, they do have an opportunity to go into an alternative learning situation, and that could be the PEACE program.
Okay, but the 11 days would constitute somebody, you need a hearing, you need adjudication, you need, yeah, I'm not understanding that. In reference to the alternative administrative services under level 4, what kind of consequence, I mean, that's one of the possible interventions. What would that person or persons be doing with discipline?
Is there a page reference that I can?
Page 47, possible intervention, response level 4.
Okay. What was the question again? Sorry.
I'm just trying to understand, if a student has a discipline problem going to alternative administrative services, what are those?
That could be a short-term placement at PEACE.
Now, I noticed you had, on your disciplinary response level, under the Code of Student Conduct, I'm not familiar because I put quite a bit of time in the district, so I'm not familiar with many of these. This Department of Social Services, this DESS, they use different codes. When do we call the health department for a disciplinary issue? Because this clearly says point of conduct, chart key, for code of conduct, disciplinary response levels, and so I see health department. When would you contact the health department for discipline?
You said
On page 45, there's a little box under the extended suspension, 11 to 45 days.
So for instance, if we needed to assist a student with an alcohol or drug problem, it is possible for us to refer that student to a health agency.
So would that be a mental disability or discipline?
It's not a disciplinary action.
No, I'm just, because this is what this is under.
Yes, a student with an alcohol or drug problem, we would rather than discipline or both, make sure that they're getting some kind of help. So we would certainly encourage the folks working with that student to refer them to services.
So there's a relationship that have been built with all of these agencies already?
There are some that have been built, primarily through Dr. Rashard Andrews in her office and now Dr. Proviso.
Okay. Are there any further questions?
I have one question. I'd just like to know, with the summer school, do you feel or do you know, has anyone checked to see if any of those tests were open at home?
No, but that is something we can certainly look into.
Any other questions? Dr. Henderson, were you?
No, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Evening, President Patterson, Vice President Kelly, Dr. Reyes, and board members.
Good evening.
So I, of course, am Mr. Lewis, and I'm here to present to you for both finance and operations. And right now, I'm going to yield to Mr. Taylor. I want to tell you all, we have a very capable team in finance. We do a little reorganizing, but we have a very capable team. It's been a pleasure working with us for you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Good evening, President Patterson, Vice President Kelly, Secretary, Vice Daltiers, board members, Dr. Henderson, colleagues, and students and parents. Tonight, we do have a few presentations for you, and we also have an action item, intergovernmental agreement from West 40 for your consideration. So the first, we would like to go over the action item, intergovernmental agreement with West 40. I would like to just highlight a few points before we actually get into it. On or around July 6th, Ms. Tyler, she's the director of West 40, she contacted Ms. Stephanie Garza to ask if she would consider, as a manager, to propose something to the director and superintendent of schools to help out West 40, which is located on 5th Avenue in Lexington as we speak. So on that corner, there used to be Lexington Elementary School. It's now going to be West 40. West 40 is implementing a high school and a middle school. After speaking with Ms. Tyler, she mentioned that there is no high school participants in the program as we speak that came from Proviso. But there's some potential Pirates and Panthers in the middle school. So we wanted to support this program. Also, after speaking with Ms. Garza, she mentioned that it would only take her anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes per day to actually prepare these meals. I'm going to have her go over the numbers related to the amount of students in the middle school and the high school, and she's going to go over the dollar amount that we will be reimbursed monthly if this agreement is accepted.
Good evening, President Patterson, and to the board. This will be my first time speaking, so please be patient with me.
Take your time.
Thank you. So today we are talking about the intergovernmental agreement for food service implementation for West 40 Middle School and Harbor High School. A little bit of the background: Proviso High School District 209 received an email on July 6th from Christy Tyler, Director of the West 40 Intermediate Service Center, asking if Proviso Township High Schools could provide breakfast and lunch to their students at West 40 Middle School and Harbor Academy High School starting September 1st. The average amount of students would range from 1 to 10 for middle school students and could grow to 20 to 30 by the end of the school year. Additionally, Harbor Academy High School students count would start between 15 to 20 students and could grow to 25 to 40 students. Transportation will need to be provided from the sending school, which would be Proviso Math and Science Academy, to West 40, located on 5th Avenue in Lexington. The administrator's analysis generated small revenue back to Proviso Township District 209. Breakfast rate was in discussion with West 40 Proviso. Proviso Township High School is requesting $1, which is changed from the original agreement that they had with Hillside Elementary, who was originally sending to West 40 at 75%, 75 cents per meal for breakfast. I requested that the increase happen due to the food supply chain. And after looking at the data and how much it would cost us for a simple breakfast, we would need to do it at $1 rate instead of the 75 cents that they had originally agreed with Hillside Elementary. The rate per contract is to reimburse the Proviso Township District 209 for lunch at $2.45 per student for lunch, which includes milk, and 30 cents for milk only. West 40 agrees to reimburse Proviso Township High School District 209 for all meals at the rate established above, and the payment would be required monthly.
Is there any questions about the action item, intergovernmental agreement potential?
So what, not exactly about the pricing or anything, because I didn't know. So what is West 40? Are these students like, why are they there? I mean,
So,
this is something that I don't
so West 40's mission for their particular alternative school is to basically help students who have a problem or do not feel safe in the current schools they are currently at, or have possibly behavioral issues or circumstances that do not allow for them to be able to socialize within the frame that they're at currently and the environment that they're in. So it gives them an alternative. So the best way that I could describe it is as I spoke to LT earlier today, is it's basically a safe haven school that we have. So if you're familiar with CPS, there's safe haven schools throughout the city of Chicago. So CPS actually sends food in conjunction with them to support that particular environment. We would be doing the same thing in regards to West 40. We would be supplying the food, and this is considered for them in a different tone and different type, is a safe school.
Is this for District 209 or all the?
This would be for a lot of districts that they currently support right now. Lyons Town, I believe we looked it up, it was Lyons Township, Leiden, LaGrange, Hillside, Bellwood.
Proviso is included in the program, and to add to
You could
that.
probably say like Cook County.
Yeah, so it's basically the southern part of Cook County that they do support. In talking to Ms. Tyler, this is the second school that they are opening up, but this was a bigger school from where they were originally at. And Hillside, at the time, Hillside and them had an agreement, but because of the transition and because of the timing it would take and the time that they are doing their classes, it was not going to work for them. So that's when they asked us to be a participant.
So our students could go there if something similar?
Correct. They would work in conjunction with the counselors. If the counselors feel that there's something wrong with this, or something the student needs more attention to, they would go to West 40 and speak with them.
Thank you. Excuse me, Proviso already have an agreement with West 40, and West 40 do provide services, student advocates, to our Peace and our Dream program. So our kids would actually go to our Peace and our Dream program. They wouldn't actually go to this program. Right. But when kids move into Proviso Township High Schools, and they've been expelled from another school, then if they're in the grade level, in the intermediate school, if they graduate and be on track and on time and get the recommendation to go to high school, we will be an alternative for them outside of West 40's high school.
So do you feel that program is feasible, the lunch and breakfast for us?
After speaking with Ms. Garza and crunching the numbers, I do believe it's feasible. This is a one-year program, about a 9-month program. And then after that, we would like to reevaluate it with the superintendent and see if Proviso could bring more value into the district. But at this time, there's no Proviso losses related to this intergovernmental agreement.
And we have the means to safely transport the food.
Yes, correct.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, I would like to bring up Mr. Zeman. He's going to present Strategic Alert Awareness Program for consideration for potential action item in the future.
Now, this will be a part of our robust program as we look at and work with our security officers on the safety of our schools. So just please take a look at this. I found this to be a very good program. And hopefully you do the same. And we'll bring it back next month if we choose to go this route. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you guys a lot for coming to your meeting. Strategics is about a 5-year-old company. We're based out of Atlanta, Georgia. And right now we have about 3,000 schools in the United States that we help out. 65% of the school districts in Georgia, 25% in Florida. Brand new to the Midwest. I'm local. I'm out of the Branch Park. We have 3 brand new district partners. We have Pleasantdale 107, Hillside 93, they just got installed today, and Bellwood 88. So I'm going to go through this. It's a quick presentation. Any questions, please interrupt me and ask. But what Strategic says, it's a wearable badge where if you push a button, you get help immediately. And so we're not here to change anything you're doing. We're trying to help you guys just do it better and have the best security and safe environment you can. So with the badge, and could you give 2 badges to them to pass around so they can feel it? Yes, please. So with the badge, it's first of all, you don't charge it. It has a 5-year battery life. If it runs out, we monitor the health of the badges, as do you. We send you brand new ones, doesn't cost you anything. So it's a wearable badge. The first alert, there's 2 types of alerts. The first one is the flight medical. You have a runner out of class. We saved a teacher's life this year that had a heart attack. We saved a student's life last year that did. You push it 3 times, it vibrates. If you guys push it 3 times fast to feel that, that lets the teacher know, hey, we did that right. So when you do that, staff alert, you're going to get, and let's say I'm Manzima and I'm in room 107. Every responder that is set up in the school will know, hey, Matt needs help right now. But we know it's a fight, maybe a peanut allergy, something like that. We don't need the whole school to know, just the responders. Oh, I'll go back. So the second kind of alert is the one you hope you never have. It's the active shooter. You have someone sees a weapon. And how we train this is, after you push it 3 times, you keep pushing until you lock the school down. You'll get a second vibrate. We're going to take over. We have strobes all out through the school. They're going to light up. We're going to take over your intercom. It's going to say we're in an active lockdown. Every responder's computer and phone is going to go into the lockdown picture you see there. And even if your phone's on silent, it's like an Amber Alert. We'll take it over so they'll know. And we're going to hit your 911 and your police department. Hillside is doing their fire department and their police department with that.
Wow.
So this is our generic lockdown. Most of our school districts use this, but you guys can do whatever you want to use. It's to whatever you would want this to say, and this will again go on whoever you guys decide to be the responders, their computers. Sorry, this is. So we have another cool feature. App-based systems don't work, and that's why Strategics exists. But we want your responders to have an app. Like, so your superintendent, we had a weird thing happened in Alabama. It's an 11-school district. Superintendent was on vacation. Police chief called him, hey, bank was robbed. Guy's out of his vehicle. He's armed. He's in between 2 of your campuses. So you see, he's able to go. If you look in the corner on that phone, those are the schools. You picked 2 schools that the bank robber was by, and you put them in a lock-in. And what a lock-in means is we're not going to let anyone in the school. We're not going to let anyone out of the school. We're going to keep the children in the classroom. We're going to continue to teach, but we're going to keep it like this until everything's better. This is our emergency protocols. We customize it to your colors. So you see we have lock down, lock in, lock out, shelter in place, evacuate, all clear. The coolest thing about this is the staff feedback we have gotten the teachers, the school districts that have this, the teachers feel safe. They feel like, you know, they're not worried about if a fight broke out, that, you know, two of the biggest school districts we just got Clark County in Nevada, and yeah, I'm sure you guys saw what happened there with the teacher almost being killed, and Palm Beach, Florida. And the teachers just feel a lot better having this around their neck. They put their ID right here, they have the button on the back so they can click discreetly. You have two gentlemen that are about to fight, and I'm a smaller guy. I don't want to, if I go to that button or I go to the phone, you know, I might agitate down that they're going to really get it going, so I can discreetly let people know, hey, I need help. And that's kind of it in a quick nutshell. Do you guys have any questions?
Okay, that's a question.
Sure.
So so it's kind of like what, GPS or something?
So
they'll know.
Great. We didn't get into technology, but it's Bluetooth. So we don't touch the Wi-Fi. We put a gateway in each school system, and it's a Bluetooth channel where no one else can get on it. It's not like when you go to your car, or you go to your portable speaker. Only these badges are on it, and so like Uvalde and Parkland, they had cell problems. It didn't work because 40% of the school had dead zones. This will go through the cinder blocks. This doesn't have anything blocking it. So this is a whole campus coverage. So if I push it 3 times, I'm at a football field. It's going to say, hey, Manzino's on a football field, not the 50-yard line, but they're going to say we have a problem with the football field, or the parking lot, or the baseball field. In the building, it's going to say exactly where I'm at by row.
The lockdown feature.
Yes.
Is only for staff. Like a student wouldn't have that.
No. Only for staff. And if a staff member lost this, we can find it right away. And then we can kill it, and then we can, right away we'll kill it, then we'll tell you where it is, and then we'll get it back, so I can do that. That's a great question.
Madam President, I have a question for LT. It's a great, how much does it cost?
As we speak, the quote is $132,600.
One-time fee or recurring?
That's for a 5-year program. And we are working with Strategic to see what we can do with that. That's why we did not bring it to an action item.
Thank you.
Quick question.
Give me some time to think.
Right, yeah. I'm just going to ask this very quick. I mean, rather than, we got 30 days now to think about it, but I had a question for LT as it relates to the operations around this. And it goes back to what we do, Doc, all the time. It's a great idea. Training. We've got, so this would be in-house security for certain cliques, and then outside, we're talking about police, fire, emergency responders for others. So now we're going to have to train and expect our teachers to be able to know the difference and not panic and not have the police coming back and forth for the wrong thing. So you click it too many times the wrong way. Is there a cutoff switch to stop the police from coming if it was clicked wrongly? Say I get nervous and I click more than 3 times.
The responders can stop that, but how we train it is we don't say 8 pushes to lock down. We go 3 for you have a problem, push it till you lock the school down if there's an emergency like that. So we've not had a single district have anyone push it that many times without it being a serious threat. And if you feel it, you can't lead in anything. You got to really, if I go, oh, it went off. It usually doesn't. If you go slow, it won't go. So if you want to lock that school down, you got to go. The original cool thing about strategics is we're always evolving. 5 years ago, there was 3 buttons: fight, medical, active shooter. What they found with the study is either in a panic situation you push the wrong button, or you freeze and don't push any. So they went to the one button, 3 pushes or 8 pushes.
Okay, I have a quick question, Doc. And we do these things, and I think that's all well and great, but here, I would like to see that if it's presented as an action item along with the strategic plan for our security upgrades, as it relates to door monitoring, as it relates to, I'm getting reports of students ordering food and people walking the hallways that are not students. It does no good for the teachers to have that if we don't have the basics covered. So if we're going to bring something like this, we can't build on a faulty foundation. We must make sure that the structures and things that we have in place already are functioning 100% before we begin to add more confusion to the process. So we're getting the students with their ID badges, we're identifying whose students are ours. We also need security to make sure that they're in line. It does no good for a teacher to push that, and the security doesn't come in time. So now what's going to be the training for the security to actuate that, to make sure that prior to the police getting there, we need all of that stuff mapped out. So if we're going to add this, we need the infrastructure and the proper training and plans to be able to implement it. Once again, we'll be sitting here a couple of months, and nothing to, this ain't got nothing to do with you, sir. Great, great stuff. We'll be sitting here in a couple of months, and a teacher will come here and say, I pushed it, and no one came. Or I pushed it, and it took too long. Or a student got a hold of it, and now the police are coming back. So we gotta make sure that we've got contingencies for all those things. I just, you know, I hate being reactionary, but if we're gonna do it, it's great. Let's not build on a faulty foundation. Let's make sure our security and our staff are well, you know, are doing what we gotta do to make sure that we put the right stuff around that.
Quick question, do you guys have cameras here? So what's great about this, what cameras right now are for after the fact, because you can't guess where something's gonna happen. The minute you hit this, and that your camera guy could be one of the responders. I go 3 times, that dot takes over the screen. We know it's magazine on 107, boom, I go to that camera, I go to that area. We now our walkie-talkies really work, because I got the guy who goes, hey, here's what the problem is, we have a kid that's choking. We need someone to get here, it's a medical emergency. So that's where really, we're not trying to change what you're doing, we're trying to make, we know, I mean, especially with the shooter, you know, most of the time it's less than 2 minutes. Everything we're trying to do is to speed up everything you're doing, to make it efficient.
Yeah, and I think that the actual badges are great, but I know that, you know, we need to make sure that we're up to snuff to be able to utilize them properly. We have plans, it's just the implementation of them. So we can do that, but are we gonna be able to implement it properly is my concern. We're gonna have a plan in place to make sure that we're doing that, that's all.
We'll make sure we work on all those bullet points you noted.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What kind of infrastructure is it? Just the wireless Bluetooth with 5 10-year batteries, or?
It's batteries are
And
5
repeaters?
years, but sometimes they'll go out in 3 or 4. We monitor their health as well as you guys do. The minute they get within like 15%, we send you new ones. And then we just ask, when you get the new ones, to send the old ones to us. And then we'll send you another, we'll always give you 10% more of what you need.
So it's just a bunch of Bluetooth repeaters all over with
Yeah, it's hubs with strobes.
strobes, and then
Yes.
just one main screen with somebody has in security or something.
Well, it's one main gateway that runs the system that will hook into your.
So everything's Bluetooth with 5 10-year batteries?
Yes.
Including the lights, everything?
Yes.
Okay, there's no electrical?
Nothing, it's a wire-free installation, like this is. And if you guys want, Kevin, the superintendent of Hillside, so anyone could come over and see it, they just got it in today. This is a magnet, where the wire goes in, it goes right up. So it's quick, we're not running anything. Very light lift.
Are you coming in with the IP, I mean with apps, so with using IPs or anything like that, or just strictly Bluetooth with a hub?
We just need the IP, your IP addresses for the motherboard, so we can communicate with what's going on with to our 911 or any of our push-outs.
So each one of these cars will convert the Bluetooth signal to an IP that you can see on the main?
Yes, and if you want to get more technical, I have the more technical slides. It shows exactly how we sync the whole school up. Outside, we have solar panels with the hubs. So if that's when you're clicking outside, it's going to go right to that and say, here we're in the football field, here we're in the parking lot.
What's the range on the Bluetooth? I know most Bluetooth.
900 to 1,000 feet at your perimeter. So if teachers at home and their 3-year-olds banging this, it's not going to set it off.
Even with metal?
Yeah.
So the local police departments, I'm sorry, Sam.
Oh, it's okay.
Are you done?
Yeah.
The local, I'm sorry, Madam President. It just came to me and I didn't have my sugar. So the local police departments are already tied into this?
Yes, we tie into their responders, and if it's pushed 8 times, and that's up to you guys, but most schools do it, it's gonna go straight to them so they know, and they're gonna know, boom, Matt's even in 107, they have a problem. And if there's an active shooter, you're gonna have more than one person crossing it.
All right.
Amanda?
Yeah, so who monitors this? You're monitoring this in Atlanta, or we're monitoring this here on the 5th floor?
We have people in Atlanta that monitor the battery house, and you guys do too. It's something, like for your badge, it's a QR code. You have a scanner, it scans you in. John Smith scanned, this is his badge. And you can just go in and turn it off. Turn it on if you have a teacher who leaves, maybe you have a maternity leave, we'll turn the badge off. We have extra badges for subs.
But, I mean, when there's an emergency, where, you're saying it's tied into the local police department
Yes.
or fire department, but it's, do we need staff that's monitoring a computer at all times so
No,
that
it's
they
gonna
can get
be
these alerts? or-
Whoever, it's gonna be your principals, the nurse, your SROs. Those are the people, they're gonna have it on their phone, their laptops, we'll take their screens over. Whoever you guys want to. Like, Ridgeland 122, which is right next to Oak Lawn, they're not the same school district, they want them to know, hey, if we have an active shooter, we want to tell them, what would that cost them? It doesn't cost anything. Anyone can be a responder to your school.
So somebody will have the app with the iPad that gets
Yes.
the signal. So maybe, or several people.
Yeah, the goal is to have the principal and security lead to help out on that.
Okay, so then if it's not a lockdown situation where the police or fire are normally called, then it's still up to the principal or whoever is designated as the respondee at that school to make the call of whether or not they need to bring in reinforcements or call an ambulance or?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And that's gonna be your nurse, your principals, your SROs, because they're gonna respond to, it's a fight, someone's choking, it's a peanut allergy, teacher has a problem, anything like that.
Okay.
So this is really 98% of the time for that stuff, 99% of the time.
Okay, so the call still needs to be made from our school. So this essentially is just.
The 3 pushes won't go out to your police.
Right, so this is still just essentially, it looks to me like a system that cuts down on response time.
Yes.
And like maybe helps us better identify where the emergency is.
For sure.
But then, obviously we never want an active shooter situation, but that seems where it's the real kind of attractiveness, I think, to me.
It's your insurance policy that if it's the worst thing that ever happens, you can lock down. Bremen 228, they're gonna get this and they're gonna lock the doors with 8 pushes. You can clash the doors, not just the outside doors. So they're getting all new doors put in the school system.
And the doors are linked to that?
We can talk to that system and on the lockdown it will lock the doors.
And someone's monitoring this at your facility all the time?
We're not monitoring their doors, it's whoever their door people are, but our 8 pushes will lock their doors.
But still by someone at that facility?
Yes.
Okay.
That option we're not exploring as of yet.
Okay.
But remember, last month, you guys, the Board of Education, approved the access control system implementation at East West Math and Science Academy for phase 1, and we have 4 phases of that. We do plan to build, if this is approved, the next phase of work to coexist with this system, because we really believe it brings a lot of value into the district. This presentation is quite short compared to the one that I went through with Matt and his team members, but we didn't want to take up all your evening to go through 85 slides just on this.
I think we did it.
All right.
And is there an app that with the cell phones that just go to like a particular set of computers, or?
No, it's, so whoever you choose for responders, it's an app for the phone and then a downloadable app on the computer.
Oh, there is an okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Any other questions?
All right, great. I will start Perkins and Wheel, and we do have Ms. Riviere. She's an intern at Perkins and Wheel and one of the providers own. Carl, can you hear me? Carl, are you there? There you go.
Testing, hello?
Gotcha.
Okay, great. LT, it's looking like you might have a dated presentation, so if you mind, I can go ahead and share my screen.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, give me 1 second here, and please let me know when you see here.
Got it.
Okay. Where's full screen? Sorry, give me 1 second. Anyways. Oh, I should get where it's at. I'll just go up there, full screen. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Ford. Nice to be talking to you again here. I'm sorry I could not be there in person. Unfortunately, in my house, we're dealing with a little bit of a COVID outbreak, so as a precaution, we are trying to do as much as we can remote. So thank you for accommodating us to present remotely. We do have a few team members there, so I know Dulce will be speaking here in a little bit, but just have a couple of things that we're going to go ahead and go over. As always, please feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions or comments. So we'll just start out real quick talking about the design work for the summer 2023 work, a little schedule update, quick matter regarding the PMSA fence, and then discussion Proviso West Sunshade repair and mock-up, and then a presentation from Dulce about her summer internship. So the design schedule is proceeding along nicely for the work to be performed next summer, the 2023 summer 2023 work. We have recently delivered design development documents to Gil Bain for cost estimating so that we can make sure that we are tracking budget requirements. We'll also be holding a page turn with LT and other district staff to make sure that there's an understanding of scope between all the members of the construction district and design team. As we go forward here, the goal still stands to issue bid documents by the end of September and put those on the street then. So, any questions regarding the summer 2023 design schedule? Okay, moving right along. I just want to present a little update on the PMSA fence. This was an item that was actually designed to be constructed in the summer of 2020. However, due to discussions between the district and the adjacent property owner, the auto dealer, and a utility easement that was going to be required by the municipality, the exact location of that fence was not decided upon until a little bit later. Once that location was settled upon, the fence was installed and the utility easement was granted and the documentation finalized with the municipality. You can see the dividing line here. Now the chain link fence running along a setback a couple of feet from the property line, so that way it corresponds with the granted easement. Any questions about the PMSA fence? Okay. Next I wanted to touch on is part of the ongoing capital improvements. This is something that is currently being constructed right now. If you recall, in meetings past when we presented updates on the district HLS items, there were always a couple outstanding for Proviso West, and those were the existing sunshades. If you recall, the concrete sunshades are original to the building, and over time have been suffering some deterioration, and there was some detachment of concrete from the reinforcing inside the sunshades. It was presenting a hazard whereby a portion of concrete could fall and potentially injure someone. So it was identified on the HLS report. Extensive surveying took place to identify all the cracks and structural repairs that were needed. And one thing that we are recommending as a design team is what's called the traffic coating to further protect the concrete so that way it's not as intense of a maintenance item and it'll extend the longevity of the sunshades. So what you're seeing here is a mock-up that we required the construction team to produce. Because the traffic coating will have an aesthetic or visual impact on the building, we want to make sure that the district had an opportunity to review and make sure that everyone was on board with any modifications to the look of the building. So we can see here, if you can see my cursor, this is the mock-up portion. I'll go to the next slide and you'll see it a little bit closer here. You can see how nice, smooth traffic coating. I think it's a color that corresponds well with the brick color scheme of the building. And this really will extend the life of the sunshade and reduce the amount of maintenance that needs to take place for these sunshades. And we have one more photo here. You can really see the contrast between the left which is the sunshades as they currently are, and the traffic coating to the right. So the structural repairs for the sunshades are taking place this summer, and the traffic coating based on when Gilbane expects to be able to install it for weather requirements and other manufacturer requirements will be installed next summer. So that gives us a full winter and spring season to see how this traffic coating works, how it ages, how it protects the concrete, and really just to get used to the color. You can see it is a little bit darker, but I think it really looks fairly sleek on the building. I'm going to go back to the first image here. And one last thing I wanted to point out. So the traffic coating goes on the front and the top and wraps around a little bit underneath. We are not able to, and it's not recommended to install the traffic coating on the underside of the sunshade, as it would seal the concrete and not allow it to breathe and expel moisture. We are looking into potential options that could perhaps darken the underside of the sunshade, just to make it a little bit more visually consistent with the front and the top of the sunshade. So, any questions on the Proviso West sunshades?
Yeah, the top picture, it looks like it's got a metal structure. Before that was actually, the concrete was actually wrapped around that. Is that the way it's built?
I'm sorry, LT, I couldn't hear. I believe that was Sam's question. Would you be able to repeat that for me?
Yeah, can you speak to the rebar that's built into the shade, the sunshade?
Sure. So let me go back here to this first slide. So this sunshade is actually integral with a perimeter beam that runs along the exterior of the buildings. The reason why this took a couple of years to eventually perform this work is that we evaluated a number of options for the district. But the sunshades do provide some energy savings, kind of through passive solar control, where in the summertime they provide some shade. But we did look into potentially removing them entirely, replacing them, repairing them without a coating, or repairing them with a coating. And ultimately, because the sunshades are integral to the perimeter concrete beam at both the second floor and the third floor, the consensus among the design team was that it would make more sense to leave them in place and preserve them than to try to cut them off. Because there are metal bar, there's rebar that extends from the end of the sunshade all the way inside the building. So we'd be, really modifying an integral element to the building structure if we tried to remove them.
So no real structure was done with it, just maybe fix them up, kind of put a little bit of hydraulic cement or something, just to patch them up?
Yeah, they're not post-tension, and it's a little bit more intense than that. I wish I could show you the structural design drawing. They're actually quite impressive. Our engineer went out there and literally drew every single crack, and on the bid documents, it's really quite thorough. But what they're doing is any place where the concrete lost its adhesion to the metal rebar, all the loose concrete is being cleared off, and then they're going to form it up and pour back concrete to reestablish the structural relationships between the reinforcing and the concrete. And so that's kind of another advantage. You can't really see the lift is blocking it right here, but you can see some new concrete was poured in. If we didn't provide a traffic coating, you would see splotchiness from where you have new concrete and existing concrete. So this helps us kind of normalize the aesthetics of it as well.
Yeah, you grinded it down, I see.
Sorry, what was that?
Never mind.
Okay, sorry.
You just grinded it down.
I much prefer to be in person than doing this remote, so
that's fine.
apologies for that. Any other questions on the West Sunshade?
You can move on.
Okay, hearing none, that is the meat of our presentation. But now I'm thrilled to turn this over to Dulce to talk about her summer internship.
Hey Carl, before we move forward, can you please speak to the fence encapsulation over at Proviso East that we've been working on, and that one picture at PMSA that I pointed out to you as well?
Right, there are a couple of items that LT has brought to the attention of the design team. I'll start with the PMSA item, where there's a little bit of a fence gap at a retaining wall near the loading dock. The loading dock. We are working with the fence manufacturer for, I think that one should be a fairly straightforward, low-cost solution, just to close that gap so that way there aren't people squeezing between the fencing and the retaining wall of the loading dock. So that one we should be able to remedy fairly easily and quickly. Over at Proviso East, at the south end on Madison, near the historic entry gate and the new fencing, if you recall, we opened up vehicle access onto Madison with just a single entry-exit point that's protected by a gate. Well, in order for this gate to operate, it has to be lifted up off the concrete and essentially be even with the top of the curb. This means there's about an 8 to 10 inch gap under the bottom of the gate. And what LT has communicated to us is that students are sliding under that gate. So we've been searching for some ideas to discourage, if not prohibit, people from sliding under that gate while still maintaining functionality. And it doesn't appear to be a particularly highly used gate, probably in only, perhaps football events if you're going to have like a bus that's going to exit there instead of going through the parking lot. So the solution that we are considering now is the installation of essentially like a rubberized or even neoprene sweep at the underside of the gate. That would be relatively stiff, so you would have to push really hard to get through it. But so that way, when the gate is open, it would flip back and ride over the top of the curb, still allowing those gates to open. So, we are still looking for some solutions here and have had some discussions with the gate manufacturer. And so we're hoping to come up with something that will, like I said, at the very least provide a visual deterrent for anyone to slide under there, if not provide a physical deterrent as well. Okay, then if there are no other questions, I'll turn it over to Dulce. You can go ahead and control, I guess, Dulce, just let me know when you'd like to switch slides.
Okay, Carl, thank you. Good evening, all.
Good evening.
My name is Lucia Rivera, and I am a recent graduate from PMSA. I will be attending IIT in the fall to study civil engineering. And I'd like to share with you guys the amazing internship experience I had with Perkins & Will this summer. So while working on the Proviso project, I was able to join my team for site visits. It was during these visits that we would conduct field observation and inspection walkthroughs. I was really personally grateful to have these opportunities to walk through the site and get to see that the drawings that we were putting together in the office come into fruition on site, and being able to see all of the exposed ceilings and seeing all the work that was happening to make all of the 3 schools that I personally love and grown to learn from get better and improve.
That's nice.
In addition to the walkthroughs, I was able to work on documenting existing conditions at a local elementary school. I was able to learn how to operate a Matterport camera. This camera is able to do a 3D capture of spaces. So as you can see in the image on the left, that is the Matterport camera, where it is put on a tripod. And I learned how, and I was able to share this with my team, and it's a very valuable skill that I've learned other civil engineers and architects use throughout their firm to be able to capture spaces and share with their clients. So basically, I would take this camera with another intern that assisted me with this task, and we would move it about every 5 feet, and it would do a 360 scan of the room, and it would be able to stitch these different captures together so that you can get a rendering where you can feel as though you were digitally exploring and walking through these rooms and corridors. As you can see at the bottom image is a floor plan, and on the right is what they consider to be a dollhouse view. But when you are actually using the software on the website, you can be able to walk digitally through the space as if you are in person, which was really cool to see. In addition to working on site, I was able to work for the most part in the city office. There, I was able to learn and complete many tasks that would assist my team. Some of these responsibilities included construction administration documentation, such as logging RFIs and submittals. RFIs are requests for information, and submittals are other forms of documentation. These are very important in helping and critical to make sure that all of the legal documentations are sent back and forth in their own system and flow. throughout a project, whether it be through the contractor or through the architects. I was also able to contribute to the design work that is happening through Revit, which was also a very interesting and new experience to me, but my team was very patient in teaching me and helping me and giving me tasks that would allow me to contribute to my team completing this task and project. As you can see on the bottom right image, that is me using Revit for one of the floor plans at Proviso East. In addition to this, I worked on the living design, which living design at Perkins & Will is basically something that ensures that a project is achieving sustainability and resilience and is a way to measure that. So I was able to learn about, through this, the company's core values and how that was being incorporated in the Proviso project. Along with this, I worked on photography documentation, as you can see on the bottom left, which is through Bluebeam, a different software, and that is a floor plan, I believe, for East as well. I was also able to learn through other things such as LinkedIn Learning and receive a certification for learning a 3-hour course on Revit, and as you can see on the top right, or top left, pardon, is me working in the city office. Perkins & Will organized many company-wide events that I was able to enjoy. These events allowed for me to network and communicate with other students and professionals. Some of these events included the chair design competition, intern spotlights, and intern showcase. So as you can see throughout these images was the chair design competition that I participated in. There I worked with another intern who was the only other intern at the city office who had recently graduated from high school. We were tasked with designing any chair that we wanted, and we were inspired based off of working and recently graduating from high school to design a chair that we thought would be suitable for schools and would improve student learning. So this is a chair that we would hope could be used for collaborative or individual purposes, and that we personally thought we would really love to see in our own schools. Along with that, I participated in the intern showcase, where I was able to showcase some of the work that I have done throughout my 4 years at high school and the work I had done at Perkins & Will. So for this, I was able to share the research I conducted my senior year on the optimal structural design for a sustainable house in a flood zone area. And I was able to learn from the other students that were sharing their own portfolios, and I was inspired to continue to progress my own research throughout college. These are some other memorable moments at Perkins & Will I'd like to share with you guys. On the left, you can see a walking tour that I participated in with a very experienced architect that I was able to learn from. It was really inspiring to see how passionate and knowledgeable he was about all of the architecture in the city and the projects Perkins & Will has done. In the middle, you can see is a photo shoot that I helped coordinate, where I was able to recruit Proviso's own students to participate in a photo shoot that would help PW get images for their portfolio to show the work that has been done at Proviso. On the right, you can see tie-dye on the terrace, where I was able to participate in our office-wide event after having our office-wide meeting, where we were able to tie-dye on the terrace of the office, which was a very great opportunity to be able to talk to other architects on the team and to learn from them. In addition to this, I was able to join Chicago events and be able to walk around the city during the lunch, or whether it be during the morning, and see what was happening around the city. The city that had inspired me to reach for this opportunity and to reach for other opportunities to pursue architecture and engineering. So I'd like to thank Perkins & Will for this wonderful opportunity to intern with them this summer. I also like to thank my family and friends for their support, as well as my teachers and mentors that have led me to be here today. Thank you.
I had the privilege of having both sit next to me for the summer, and it really was wonderful. And she made substantive contributions to the work that's ongoing at Proviso. And while we expect great things from her in her career, she's going to a wonderful program at IIT. I know I'm not alone on our team in wishing that maybe the college school year started a little bit later than it does, so Dulce could join us for another few weeks in the office. But we were just really thrilled to have her with us, and like I said, we're knowing she's going to go on to wonderful things as she pursues her education and career.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carter. Thank you. At this time, we will have Mr. Tom Weeks share the screen.
Thank you, LT. Everybody can see this okay?
Got it.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, LT. Dulce, great job. We had Dulce last summer on the job, and she did a fantastic job, so very good, Dulce. We're nearing a conclusion of yet another action-packed construction summer at Proviso. We'll start with Proviso East. Some of the upgrades we had this year, we did mechanical upgrades on the north third of Proviso East. We did some work on the stairs for the field house, and we also did a preparatory work for the generator. As you can see here, we started on the level 1 middle floor with demolition in June. Demolition was completed later part of June into July, where we transitioned into the MEP rough-in with all the ductwork, the mechanical piping, and so forth. The MEP rough-in, we are almost completed at this time. We're almost wrapping up with the trim work. We got the metal stud framing, drywall that was completed, and we actually are about 80% complete with grid and ceiling tile at this time. These images here show you the trash chute that we had to install at the beginning of the project to get all the debris off of that floor. You can see in June 27th some of the demolition debris on the left-hand side. A little less than a month later with the mechanical piping ductwork being installed, and a week after that, ceiling grid going in. A couple more pictures from Proviso East, again with the demolition completed and pipe work going in, as well as the ductwork. And this was taken last week, actually. You can see some areas are pretty much completed with ceiling tile in place. And we're actually starting to remove some of the floor protection this week as we speak. Moving on to Proviso West. Some of the work that we had this summer at Proviso West. The cafeteria, we had the curtain wall replacement on the east side, along with a curtain wall replacement at entrance 1, the security corridor, as well as second floor MEP upgrades, which are pretty much identical to what we had completed last summer. These are some photos from the cafeteria area, where we've got the new ductwork that's going into the spaces. Some of the demolition work on the left-hand side, opening up the ceilings to receive some of the mechanical equipment in the corridors. The picture on the right, you can see one of the unit ventilators that is being installed. These are all connected and installed as we speak, and we're wrapping, tying up the ceiling areas actually this week. Photo here showing a funnel box that's on the back side of the unit ventilator. Middle picture is a fan coil unit that's in the ceiling. And on the right hand side is a typical knee wall condition with the new corner countertop. On the change side, we're showing the balance remaining for the allowance tracking. We're currently showing at Proviso East and West for sequence 3 work, which is, as you can see, we've got the auto shop tunnel, the sunshades and cafeteria at West, and the generator, field house stairs, and some other tunnel repairs at East. And we're showing a balance remaining on the allowance at $122,703. On the sequence 3 contingency side, we're showing right now a net credit return to the school of $95,317. Moving on to phase 2 sequence 1 for Proviso East. We are showing on the contingency side an expenditure of $334,000 that has been utilized through contingency. The allowance tracking side, we're showing a balance remaining of $144,168. And again, this is for Proviso East. And then on phase 2 sequence 1 for Proviso West, we are showing utilization of roughly $154,000 in contingency costs, and we're showing a balance remaining of allowance costs at $169,856. And then the last item I want to identify here, so we've got the upcoming procurement, so some pre-purchase equipment for Proviso West for next summer's work, which would be the unit ventilators. We're going to be actually advertising on the street tomorrow, receiving the documents August 18th, and we'll be releasing the bidders on the 24th with the expectation of being able to go to the September 13th board meeting. And that is my report, my update. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, are we at the beginning of school? Are we going to be finished and all tidied up?
Hey, Tom,
yes.
Can you speak to the schedule and when you're going to turn the building back over to Proviso?
Yeah, so right now, the ROE date, I believe, is August 22nd, and we are 100% in line to achieve that at both schools right now. We are, by the early part of next week, we're going to have pretty much all the ceiling back in place at Proviso East, and it's just a matter of getting some final paint and removing floor protection and things of that nature. And similarly with Proviso West, so we're in very good shape.
Any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I got a comment. I know when we started the master facilities plan 4 years ago, I had made this comment and I made a request that the not Gilbane, but Perkinson will give us all the Revit files which we paid for, which the Revit file is the program you use to design. I know they give us the drawings, but drawings are just on paper or electronic. But the Revit design, what that really does for us is in the future, if we do hire an architect, the design is built, he could use that same Revit file to make changes. He'll resave it as a different file, and we will never lose the original. But our architecture firms tend to keep them to themselves and just give us PDF copies because all the work is done. And I believe if we pay for this file, for these drawings to be done on Revit, I think we should have these archived in our schools for future reference and for future use by any other architects we might hire as a board or whoever board that comes after us. It will be a lot of money saved, thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in these drawings if we're able to archive those files that's coming from this Revit program.
Yep, I remember that conversation.
So I don't know, the pieces of the board president, the rest of the board, that we request every single file of every drawing that ever was done in every school since day one.
Yep. I remember that conversation. I will make sure that we get those drawings and we will add them to the Proviso Township OneDrive for anyone who wants to see them in the future. We can share them as a district, and Dr. Henderson can share them with whoever he wants. But
Right, yeah. It could be a security issue with that if you want to share with everybody, but I'm saying because it's the structure of the building, but it's good to have,
Yep.
and really they belong to us because we paid Perkins & Wills to make these drawings which they made in this program called Revit, which Dulce used and talked about.
Totally understand.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Tom. That is the end.
Right.
Go ahead, Tom, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That is the end of the construction update. Thank you for your time. We will move on to Mr. Lewis.
Good evening again. Good evening. So I want to start out, I'm not a very comical guy, but I owe Dr. Henderson an apology surrounding the audit selection. When I was in undergraduate school, what you wanted to do is graduate as an accountant and work for the Big Seven. Well, the Big Seven turned into the Big Six through a merger, and now they're known as the Big Five accounting firms. And that's, if you're not one of the Big Five, you're considered a mid-sized audit firm. So I want to apologize to him because he didn't understand what I was talking about with my writing when I said mid-sized audit firm for who the administration is recommending. So again, we went out for bid, and as the board is aware, we we asked for quotes. You're not required to bid. Only 2 of the companies responded. And only one responded in what we believe to be a timely fashion because The second responder said as soon as they could start the audit would be December. Baker Tilly is saying that they can have it finished for us by December, which is definitely preference. By school statute, it's supposed to be submitted by December 15th, unless the auditor requests an extension. But if they can't start until December, they likely won't be finished until probably March or April. So that's why the administration is recommending Baker Tilly. And you all are very familiar with them because they used to be your financial advisor. Establishment of a 457 fact plan, also known as a deferred compensation plan. It's just an additional layer of options for employees at no cost to the board for them to plan for their retirement, if they so choose. The energy broker set to expire August 31st. It's not required for competitive bid. A broker can assist us with securing competitive pricing as opposed to potentially 600% gals, which is what we've been looking at. So we're recommending IGS. Only thing I really want to point out in this slide, and it's very, very hard for you to see, is year-to-date revenue. We have received $4.3 million. Year-to-date expenditures, and this is for the month of July only, is $2.4 million, so we're starting out right with the surplus. Now I want to take some time to talk about the tentative budget. Now, something that the board probably hasn't done, as I shared with you last month, and many boards have not done this, is the board is supposed to give the administration authority to begin budget construction. So owing to the timeline, I would have done this far sooner, but I want to be compliant in the event the auditors kind of want to slap us on the wrist. So here are your tentative revenue assumptions. We did some very conservative forecasting for local revenues, state revenue. We're not forecasting any significant increase. The only significant increase you might see would be surrounding transportation, and that's because transportation revenue is paid in arrears. So for example, 1920 was pandemic year, so there weren't much in the way of expenditures. So in your 2021 budget, your revenue received was very, very low. Last year, things returned a little bit back to normal. So for 22, 23, you're going to see more revenue from the state because we have more expenditures. Federal revenues, the only thing that's in there really is our ESSER 3 monies, which is approximately $12 million. And LT has spent it, so don't, we're not going to do anything special with that. On the expenditure side of the house, you know, we have collective bargaining agreements that we have to adhere to. Same is going to apply because as the salaries go up, of course, the applicable benefits are going to increase as well. So I budgeted for those. Of course, we have all this construction going on, so the purchase services is where your architects, construction managers, etc., will be paid. We're forecasting a textbook adoption, which Dr. Williams spoke about last month, and there are also going to be other inflationary increases as a result of the supply chain issue. Other is reflective of your debt service payments. I'll show you those in just a moment. And tuition, of course, which is the money that we pay for PAC. So you can't see these numbers because it was Hades trying to get them all on the screen. But here's your major takeaway. Gross revenue forecasted is $139.7 million. Gross expenditures forecasted is $127.4 million, which links to a $12.2 million surplus. That's what we're forecasting right now.
That's very good.
We're going to get a lot more granular with this as we move forward and give you a presentation for next month. But again, I wanted to be compliant and get this budget posted for 30 days before you have a public hearing where you can officially adopt it. At that presentation, if any of the numbers have changed, we'll bring this back to you and tell you exactly what numbers changed and why. So here are the items that we just discussed in terms of actionable items for the evening. Of course, our bills, recommending Baker Tilly. The board has officially established the 457 plan, made reference to the energy. I just showed you some tentative numbers on the budget for fiscal year 2023. And LT talked about the food service intergovernmental agreement with West 40. That concludes my presentation. I'll yield for any questions.
Thank you.
Evening, Board. Good evening, community, and Dr. Henderson.
Good evening, sir.
I want to start with a quick internship update. It's been going very well with the students. We have 4 of them currently working at PMSA, getting devices ready for community donation, and it's been going along very smoothly. We actually reached out to HP and had our account rep come on site, and they expressed interest and a development of a pathway to form a pipeline between our internship program and jobs at HP technician jobs. So what we're working to do is work out kind of the more specifics on that, but that's in the pipeline, so upcoming, and they've also approved the plan to have an on-site technician come and work directly with our students. So not only would they be working with our department, they're going to be working directly with HP, getting that professional experience, and it's a great stepping stone. Mindsight update, it's our managed service provider. Construction at Proviso East slightly delayed our network discovery just due to power and access issues. Nothing really major at all, but it's scheduled for completion in late September. So I'll be coming to the board with that report and kind of recommendations for the strategic plan moving forward. Another update with Mindsight is that we're starting a backup and recovery district upgrade. Currently that project's in the works, really just to upgrade our infrastructure and make sure that we have the best data security we can across the district. Phone system update. So working with Ring Central, finalizing the quotes right now, and it's going to be an initial phase rollout of 75 phones. We slightly pivoted due to the existing infrastructure and pretty much moved to a complete wireless model with the phones. So they're going to be your standard desk phones, but they're going to be connected to wireless. So what we don't have to do is worry about cabling and existing, conditions in the offices because they all have Wi-Fi. So it's going to be an immediate direct placement of the phone and service to that area. So we pivoted to that, and there is the option for them to physically plug them in if necessary, but I wanted to make sure we had kind of seamless integration across the district. And an update with our Power School registration, which is currently going on in person as well as online. We've recently developed East-West and PMSA registration hotline to have the parents and students call in, community with any questions or issues they have with the registration process, and have a registrar directly reach back out to them or answer that call. So what that'll do is it'll be manned by one person in each building or group of individuals, and make sure that we're getting back to the parents within a timely manner.
So that'll be on the website.
I'm sorry?
Those numbers will be posted.
Correct, yes.
I'll be calling soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
One final item is a GHA donation. GHA is one of, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
I'm with Ned, I'll be calling tomorrow.
Okay. GHA donation of $10,000. They reached out to us. We do a lot of our licensing through them. They're a CDW-like entity. And so what they did is we have a $10,000 donation for them that we're going to use to purchase laptop chargers for students and staff. What that will allow us to do is throughout the school year, continue to provide laptop chargers to students at no cost. So there's going to be, hey, you broke your laptop charger, we'll work with the student and make sure that we're using this donation money to give directly back to the students if needed. And that's all my items for tonight. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. O'Donnell.
Good evening, Board President Patterson, Vice President Kelly, Secretary Valtierrez, board members. I wanted to just briefly give an update as it relates to staffing and enrollment. The Human Resources team has been collaborating for the last month. Well, they've been collaborating throughout the year, but really focusing the last month on working with our building administration to ensure that we are meeting their staffing needs. We have assisted with staffing in the buildings. We have assisted with ensuring that building administration meets the July deadline for providing schedules to teachers. And throughout this ongoing collaboration by the HR team, it has allowed us to be very efficient in determining critical positions, posting positions, scheduling interviews, offering positions, and onboarding. What we're trying to do is to be as responsive as possible. And so that leads to a snapshot of our teacher vacancies. And I say snapshot because this can change by day. Currently, we have 2 open positions at PMSA. We have 7 open positions at Proviso East and 7 open positions at Proviso West, which is a total of 16 open teaching positions. And this is all focused on classroom teachers. And then, so you'll see with this slide, teacher resignation summary. Again, focusing on classroom teachers. For the months of June, July, and August, there's a snapshot of the last couple of years. Currently, we're at 25 resignations for classroom teachers. So to conclude this brief presentation, I just want to stress again that we at Proviso have entered, we now have an 8-period day. We didn't have that before at 2 of the schools. And there was a cost associated with that 8-period day. But as we collaborate with our building administration, we have been able to essentially staff our buildings, serve our students, and not necessarily increase our FTEs, which is a savings to the district. And finally, it's HR's goal, role, and responsibility to again be as timely and efficient as possible in serving our building administration. We have an action item today. It's the personnel report and the recommendations for hire. Thank you.
I have a question. So last year, you weren't here last year, we got off to a real rocky start to the school year. We were coming out of COVID, construction wasn't completely finished, and there was, the class sectioning was uneven, and it was really stressful. So I guess, considering that we, added a lot of class periods, and I know that you're saying that through efficient and intelligent class sectioning, we've been able to utilize our teachers more efficiently. But like 16 vacancies is, that's like a lot. And I'm optimistic that we're gonna have a good start of the school year, but like, how are we going to ensure that?
Sure. No, it's a valid question, and I think school districts throughout the state, indeed throughout the nation, are sort of facing the same issue. I think with Proviso, it hasn't been a lack of interviewees, so we will continue to, as soon as we can post a position, we will do that. I have personally reached out to some universities to see if there's, their recent grads, if there's anyone that still hasn't found a place, essentially trying to do that recruitment. But, it's just about hitting the pavement and just being responsive and trying to get those candidates in.
Did you say that, I'm sorry, were you done there?
No.
Did you say that all teachers have received their teaching assignments?
Yes.
Okay, so we know that it's just these 16 positions. What's the plan B if we do not fill these positions in time for the school year? Do we have subs? Do we rely on ingenuity? What do we do?
No, for right now, we're looking to make sure these positions are filled. So we're currently interviewing right now. It's just a matter of time. So we'll see 3 weeks from now.
Okay.
As of right now, the goal is to have every classroom position filled with a certified teacher. That's the goal for now.
And what's plan B?
Plan B is plan A.
So at worst, we'll end up, we should possibly look to scheduling a special meeting, so if we do get those, we can have them hired in time for the school year.
Yeah, we talked about We're staying focused on getting these birds. Thank you, sir. Mr. Davis?
This is the last thing.
Just 1 second, I gotta resend the PowerPoint to add these slides.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, you want to start just talking about it?
Good evening, President Patterson, Vice President Kelly, Secretary Valtierrez, board members, and Dr. Henderson. I'm here tonight to present athletic program information to you. That information will give you a detailed look at what has been happening in the athletic program over the past 3 years. 2 years prior to the pandemic year, and then this school year. What you'll see when we get to it is the results from the West Suburban Conference competition with all of our sports teams, of which there are 18. In the packet you received, you have some general information that talks about how our athletic teams are members of the West Suburban Conference. Proviso West is in the Silver Conference and Proviso East is in the Gold Conference. And we compete against 12 other high schools in the West Suburban area. All of us are under the umbrella of the Illinois High School Association. And so this is designed to give you an idea of what's been happening in the athletic program. Some of the data will be unflattering. Some of the data will be very positive. And then I will also share a plan with you for improvement. So let's see if I can get started now. The Centers for Disease Control had a 20-year school youth risk behavior survey, and they provided data about participation in high school sports.
Excuse me, Mr. Davis, Madam President, if I could make a friendly amendment to the agenda, because this is going to be a minute. If it pleases the board that we move community comments to before this presentation, we hold this presentation, because this is going to be extensive. I see it already, and these people have been waiting. If it pleases the board, and I know I don't usually do that, but we might want to move the comments and then have this presentation afterwards. Yeah, we only have 5 comments.
Okay.
If it pleases the board, I didn't make a motion again. It's your meeting, Madam President.
My name is Della Patterson. I'm the president of the Board of Education of District 209. I'm fine with it, Rodney.
Okay, ma'am.
Go ahead. Make the amendment. Motion?
Rodney, you got the motion?
There is no motion needed, just amend.
Oh, you just amended, okay.
Yeah, just amend the agenda.
We made the agenda, you got the names here?
I got the names, so if you want to amend the agenda, so.
I amend the agenda so that we can move to comments, citizens' comments. At this time, the Board of Education opened the floor for citizens' comments. The board will receive public comments from any individual present this evening and have submitted a request to address the board per the established procedure. We believe that all participants in the meeting desire the best outcomes for our students, families, and communities. As a reminder, this meeting is being live streamed and will also be archived and available on the district's website. We won't be doing this too often. The citizen comments are where they are on our agenda. At one point, they were at the top. There were complaints. It was in the middle, there were complaints. We put it towards the end, and we're still getting complaints. So just so that we'll know this is not going to be an all-the-time kind of thing. If it goes in.
Okay, the first person up is Mr. Francois. Is it 3 minutes?
If 3 minutes, you have the timer, Sam?
Yeah, you have time.
One obstacle facing this district is low spending on student instruction. That's been an obstacle facing this district for many, many years, long before this administration. Your budget reflects your priorities. This board oversaw a belt-tightening measure, necessary belt-tightening measure, to shore up the finances, get the credit rating good, fix up the buildings, with the end goal of increased student achievement. That's why that belt tightening happened. As part of that, we made a 5-year financial plan. That plan included for fiscal year, or for SY23, 14.3 ratio for students to FTE. That was expecting 4,098 enrollment and 285 FTEs. That led to our district spending 23% lower than the surrounding districts, including districts in Cook County. We're the lowest at spending on student instruction. Based on that plan, your budget reflects your priorities. Today we heard there's a focus on academic learning. Last meeting, we heard that the FTEs are being slashed 20% from that plan, from the 5-year financial plan. It'll lead to a 25% increase in the ratio of students to FTEs. It'll go up to 17.9 students per FTE. And we saw that borne out in the numbers here. The ratio for West, or the ratio for East and for PMSA is north of 18. The focus on academic learning needs to reflect with student instruction. This is not a recipe for improved test scores, and it does not reflect a focus on academic instruction. We heard today about weekly data that's being reported in PowerSchool, these dashboards. Weekly data that's going to each of the schools. School board demand to see that data every week. Demand that student instruction spending increases along with the focus on academic learning. Demand a course correction so that the district budget reflects the priority of academic learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have the Proviso West Alumni Committee, Anisha Smith. Good evening.
Rodney, thank you for the invite. We appreciate you. So we came to share with you all that this past Saturday, Proviso West Alumni Committee did an alumni picnic. You can't hear. You can't hear me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So this Saturday, Proviso West Alumni Committee, which is myself and these people standing behind me, and there's 4 more of us, we put together a picnic, alumni picnic, for our classes at Proviso West. That picnic had a total of 500 plus people that went from the year of 80 to current. That picnic was done in a matter of 3 weeks. Now, the task is that we have put so many together, and this was an amazing thing to see all of us to be in one space, to love on each other, to be excited about seeing each other. So now our task is to move this to the school. This is what Proviso West has been asking us. They asked us originally, we had already started the process of being at the park. Due to we do not have a park close to the school. We just wanted to share with you guys that we did an amazing thing for our community and to show our younger children what we need to do to come together as a whole, for all of us to be in this park with no incident, no everybody loving on anybody, in spite of the heat. Proviso West showed up and showed out and gave us everything that we asked them for: garbage cans, cards, everything, cooling bus. They did all of that for us. Now our next task is to move on to the school because they want us to use the campus next. So our next task is now, because on October 22nd, we understand that Proviso West and Proviso East play each other for Proviso West's homecoming. So that we will be tailgating for that as well. So we just wanted to share with you guys that we had an amazing experience, and now the task is just to sit with you guys so we can use Proviso West campus for next year. Thank you.
All of the alumni were really interested in giving back and committing like a scholarship. This won't be just for us partying, but the goal is to give back to our alma mater. So we're really looking forward to sitting down with the powers that be. I'm the representative for class of 92. It's our 30th year reunion, so we purposely are having our event during homecoming weekend, coming together, and we really want to give back to the school.
Before you guys go, I thought it was an awesome event. I was actually coming to stop by. So I worked at Proviso West for about 18 years. All 3 of my children graduated from Proviso West. But I ended up staying the entire day because I've seen so many former students that are young, beginning to get old, and things like that. I did take a look on social media, trying to see other people that I could see from Proviso, and there were a lot of pictures. And one of the things I kept hearing is we want to have it back at the school. And of course the question came up, I don't know, because I don't know if you can have alcoholic beverages on school grounds. You can't. You cannot. That's the only, would love to have that, but you cannot have any alcoholic beverages on school grounds. So that is the only thing. And I know a lot of people were asking, they were concerned, like, I don't know if you can, I don't know. Yeah. So, but it was well put together. You guys did an awesome job. I was just excited, and all 3 of my kids actually got there, and it was a big deal. We did it. East was good, but yeah, it was great. Most of my time was at West. I love all the buildings. I got Miss Kelly sitting
I had a fun time. It was excellent.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Great job.
But our biggest concern, we really want to sit down and, because we're no longer part of the school, we want to let you guys know we love the school, so we're doing this for the school. It's not just for partying. So that's our
You guys are always part of the school.
come back and give back, sure.
We appreciate you. You're always part of the school.
Back to school, actually, back to school.
One last thing, I still don't have my voice from Saturday. I was doing a lot of yelling and screaming, just having a good time and cleaning up or whatever needs to be done. But you said give it back. I am from this community, born and raised in Maywood, grew up in Billwood. I currently have my jacket on that I work for FedEx in Hillside. I am a manager at FedEx, been there for 28 years now. And we are pushing to give more back to the community. We are hiring, so if you have students that are 18 years old, you have young adults that are looking for a job, we are hiring. I have a card that I can share with anyone, but I believe in giving back to my community, but we are in Hillside, Illinois, right off of Madison and Manheim, so that's part of the community. I've been a part of different walks with different schools in District 88, do boat drives, different things of that nature. So this is my home, Proviso Township, so whatever I can do, as well as the committee, to give back to Proviso, we are willing to do that.
Thank you.
Terry?
AC work. Well, thank y'all. I just want to thank y'all. I appreciate y'all for showing up and for assisting us with our event. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next, hope I can say the name correctly, Tawana Nichols. Miss Nichols. Yeah. Okay. Next up is James Monroe. And finally, Louis Maxwell. Yeah, I guess they're all there. Yeah. That concludes citizens' comment.
Okay.
Okay, back to the athletic report. First slide, we looked at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's 20-year youth risk behavior survey data, and it showed that 57% of high school students played on at least one school or community sports team. 61% during 9th grade, in the 50s for 10th and 11th grade, and then it kind of went down a little bit in 12th grade. And we're always trying to increase participation in athletics because we believe it helps make students more well-rounded. I mentioned earlier that the data you're going to see is somewhat unflattering. There's also some positive things in the data, and then there's a plan for improvement. So as I go through these next slides, I want you to know that these are results from the West Suburban Conference, silver and gold, and it will show all 18 sports teams and what their records were over the last 3 years in the West Suburban Conference. So we'll start with fall sports. And first up, you see there is football. And if you look at football for the last 3 years, you'll see that Proviso East and Proviso West are both in last place, not winning a single game in the conference for the last 2 years for sure. Boys and girls golf, you'll see the same thing. And I'll go through these fairly quickly. You'll see that Proviso East and Proviso West golf teams are in last place, just as football was for the last 3 years. Moving over to soccer, boys soccer, which is another fall sport. Soccer is maybe in 5th place, 6th place, 5th place, and then a 4th place. So they've had mediocre seasons with 1 or 2 wins in the conference. The West Suburban Conference data was what was most available to us, most readily available. Our teams do play non-conference games. And when you look at the non-conference games, you may see a couple more wins. But this was the most readily available data the West Suburban Conference, because it would take a lot more time to go back 3 years and capture all of the non-conference won-loss records. But you would see a couple more wins if we had that data, I'm guessing. Girls swimming, which is a co-op sport, kids from West and East can participate together. It's housed at Proviso West. And you see pretty much the same thing. The swimming team will be at the bottom of the conference. Same thing for tennis. You look at girls tennis, Proviso East and Proviso West, both last place in these 3 years that we looked at. Girls volleyball, same thing. Last place, last 3 years. So none of these fall sports teams are ranked in the top 20. They have not been competitive in the West Suburban Conference for sure. Outside of the conference, they may have a couple wins. So fall sports, no rankings, no wins, last place for the most part. Winter sports, you'll see something a little different here in winter sports. When you look on the gold side, the Proviso West boys team has been very successful. Proviso East, I'm sorry. The Proviso East boys team has been very successful. They finished 3rd, 2nd, and then they won the conference championship this year, going to the regional final this year as well. A good season, ranked in the top 20. Did have a kid that received a full ride scholarship. When you look at Proviso West, their last place the last 2 years, finished in 2nd place in 2017-18. Girls basketball, in the silver division, Proviso West, in last place 2 of the 3 years, 6th place this year. Proviso East, 1st place. The girls have been successful. They've been ranked, but they finished in last place this year without any wins in the Gold Conference for girls basketball. Boys swimming, pretty much the same result. You'll see them at the bottom of the West Suburban Conference. Wrestling, same thing. If you look at both sides, Proviso East and Proviso West, both in last place, maybe 6th place one of the years. Let's go to spring, and this is kind of painful for an athletic director to deliver, but when you go to spring, you're going to see pretty much the same thing on both sides. When you look at baseball, last place. No wins, or very few wins. Both teams, silver and gold. Girls soccer, same thing, last place. May have a win or 2 outside of the conference, but not significantly competitive. Softball, last place, both sides, East and West. Boys tennis, same result. Last place, silver and gold. Boys volleyball, last place. Boys track has been in the middle in some instances. This year, I believe Proviso West boys were in 3rd place. The thing about track, we couldn't find any record of them winning a meet, but we did find that in these 3 years, there would always be a few kids who qualified for the state finals in sprints or field events, and they would go down and represent East or West at the state finals. But no team wins or meet championships. Girls track, same as boys. There will be a few girls who will qualify. I think there's a girl who won 3 sprint events this year to qualify for state on the Proviso West side. There's also a girl on the Proviso East side who qualified in 2 events to go to the state finals. You know, we haven't got the wins in this program outside of Proviso East basketball, but we still think the program is significant. This graph shows the demographics that participate in sports. Males are the highest participating group. Girls, of course, are lower, a lot lower than the males. And then the demographics, white, black, and Latino, all 43 to 41% participants. The statement here says a coach will impact more young people in 1 year than the average person does in a lifetime. And we think that participation in sports is not only to win scholarships, but it's to help develop the young people. But high school sports is competitive, and we certainly do want to be competitive, a whole lot more than what we've seen here. Here's something that's very positive about the sports program. Grade point average and graduation rates comparison shows that the student athletes have higher grade point average and higher attendance percentages than the general student population. It also shows that the graduation rate for these student athletes was 88% compared to 71% last school year for the seniors who graduated. So student athletes are outperforming the general student population in these categories, and also discipline referrals. And the same results were brought up for East and West. So, how do we change this? Here's a picture of me. A lot of people might not know that I was the director of athletics for the city of Chicago for 10 years. And what you see here are 22 state championship medals. And you see 8 state championship rings. And so the reason I put this here is to say that I've seen what it takes to build the winning program. And I'm going to suggest a few things that I think we can do to build a winning program here and a championship program. For 10 years, we did it in my previous district. Here's how we improve the athletic program from my perspective. Coaches should be required to have professional development annually. 8 hours at the least is what we should require. The athletic office and the district should support our coaches as they attend clinics and conferences, just as teachers do, to sharpen their instructional skills and keep up with the latest trends in the programs. We should require that all of our coaches are involved in an off-season program. The Illinois High School Association allows 25 contact days. I want to thank Dr. Henderson and the board for the support you provided this year for the summer sports camp program. It was great. Things really went well, and I think the young people had a great time, and the coaches were connected. And that's one of the things it takes to build a successful program is an off-season program. Oftentimes over the years, we've had coaches who have not done a single thing during the summer or during the off-season. And that does not lend to a competitive program. I also think we need to recruit coaches with experience and accomplishments who can come in and really develop our student athletes, because the talent is here. What it's all about is developing kids and getting them ready. You know, the thing that makes programs successful is building a system. When you have freshmen, sophomores, and junior varsity players, those are your developmental levels. They're working their way up to the varsity level, which is your competitive level. So the system should be the same. There should be coherence. You should see the freshmen, sophomores, and junior varsity running the same system that the varsity team is running. And by the time they get there, they'll be really, really good at it, and they'll be successful. I think that we should assess and evaluate and replace coaches after their season ends. We're doing that now. We do evaluate coaches at the end of the season. I think we need to revise our evaluation rubric or tool that we're using to make sure we're really looking at all the things that they should be doing for student athletes. And then I think we should make decisions about replacing coaches after the season and not wait until August or late July, because if you do that, then they really won't have a chance to prepare for the upcoming season. The other thing I believe is that a coach should have up to 3 to 4 years to go through a cycle of high school with incoming freshmen to their senior year. And I think you should see development each year. And if 3, 4 years go by and there's no development in the program, then you have to make a change to bring in someone who's going to really service the student athletes the way that they deserve to be serviced. And here's the silver bullet. The last point up there, establish a middle school sports program. The middle school sports program is the key to developing a winning program, successful program. So there's going to need to be a partnership of some sort with District 88, 89, our surrounding feeder schools, with potentially 2 levels. 5th and 6th grade is the junior varsity level, 7th and 8th grade is the varsity level at the middle school grades. It's something that I've seen work. Right now, when I look, I talked about my 10 years as director for the city of Chicago. When I look down the NBA, the NFL, Major League Baseball, I see kids that I saw in 6th grade in these middle school programs. I see kids like Derrick Rose, Shamir Little running in the Olympics, football players, a number of kids who made female and male, who started in the middle school program. So this is what we've designed. We would offer fall, winter, and spring sports programs for middle school students, and we would have 2 conferences. The blue conference, as you look right there, would be made up of the schools that feed into Proviso East. The red conference would be made up of schools that feed into Proviso West. And we would offer all the sports in the fall, winter, and spring, with the culminating activities. The championships and playoffs would be held on the Proviso East and Proviso West campus. It would be a chance to connect with students and families early before they get to our high school level. And this plan is already written. It's something that can be passed on and facilitated for the middle schools if they're willing to assume a small financial obligation to run the sports programs and kind of go along with the calendar that's outlined for the program. And I think this is something that will really make a difference. It will really make a difference in the program. It would create jobs. I mean, it would create another connection with our feeder schools. I think that we already have some level of an academic connection, but this would be a school and community connection with parents and kids pre-high school age who would be on our campuses, who would get our arms around before their high school age. But this was just my idea of some things we need to do to improve the program. There are some positives, but if we want to be competitive, if we want to have winning programs and championship programs, some tough decisions will have to be made, but we do have a plan. Thank you.
Any questions?
Dr. Henderson, what would it take to make this, with our feeder schools? I think it's a great idea.
We think it's a great idea, and I'm sure we can make that happen.
I have the plan. I would love to share it anytime. Kind of breaks it all down, shows how it would work.
So basically D209 would be running it, is that the idea? Or how's that work?
Well, not necessarily, but we could lay it out for them, and put people in place who could run it for them. It's already written.
It'll be like a 2-9 league, and they'll just, you know, get all these schools to,
Right.
To support the program, volunteer, however. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, so.
Right. And there is a small financial commitment that the participating schools would have to make for transportation, uniforms, equipment, maybe a small coaching stipend. What we calculated it to be would be about $20,000 per school if they participated in the total program for the entire fall, winter, and spring season.
We already have some kind of, I know my son comes out here to the pool to do the robotics, you know. I was here last, a month ago.
I think a lot of middle schools are doing some independent things, and they're participating in certain tournaments,
Right.
you know, maybe basketball and some other things. But this would be totally organized.
It's something that you're interested in, just facilitate to explore. Perfect. And we'll put something together.
Madam President, are you reporting for East?
This was a general report.
Okay, so these statistics on your first slide are for our district, or are these just general specific statistics for percent of high school students that play sports?
Yeah, that's just from the CDC.
So what are the percentages for East and West, or for East, I'm sorry, what are the percentages for East of the students there that go to school and play sports? Hold on, Mr. Davis. I don't, and I want to be clear, I did not ask for, and the board, if I understood, we talked about accountability, and we already understand where we're ranked, no disrespect. We didn't necessarily need to see that information. I think the only thing in this report that I heard was we should, but I didn't hear any plan. When I asked for the accountability from the athletic directors, like we've heard from the administration on other things, is what are we doing? What are we doing now? Since we're giving out stipends and we went through a contract with the teachers to pull the coaches out, what was the plan to improve athletics this year? Now, you report as the athletic director for East. I believe Mr. McGinnis, do you have a report? Mr. McGinnis have a report?
Yes, for next month.
For next month. So we're hearing from one athletic director today with no plan on anything moving forward this year. And we have another athletic director sitting back there that's going to report next month after school starts. Listen. Our students, just let me, I try to reserve, and I don't do this, and Mr. Davis, you know, we didn't hear anything about the program in East improving in this report. We heard some things that possibly could happen, but I have no idea what you're about to do this year, differently than last year based upon your report. You didn't give this board or this community any information as to what's going on. We just heard from the entire administration about what they're going to do starting in the fall to improve academic outcomes. Give me 1 second, Doc. We asked to hear from athletic directors, not 1 month at a time, but at the same time prior to school start, because the issue was we were playing for coaches and we didn't have a plan on what coaching was and what coaching meant and how that was going to improve. So now instead of doing that succinctly, we've staggered it 2 months apart as if.
No, Bo will be coming back next month to bring that program to you.
What was this?
This was an overview of where we stand.
Okay. Let me be clear if it pleases the board. And Doc, I don't want to upset anybody. I don't do that. But I should hope that the board expects better than this. And that when you come before us, you have a plan that is activated and ready to go now. Now. I'm really adamant. We went through a whole lot. And we're holding teachers and we're holding the district and we're holding everyone accountable. The word is accountability. And the only reason I brought it up was for accountability. And this is not that. And it's no disrespect. I'm not trying to, I love the administration and what you guys do. Maybe you misunderstood what was that I was requesting. But I would like to see, board, and I think we should see for the coaches and stuff, and if we're gonna go by this, the one thing I did see that I agree with, and I'll yield, Madam President, recruit coaches with experience and accomplishments in up to 3 to 4 years for maximum to show improvements. I just saw on that thing that we have approved stipends for coaches that have been here for years and not won anything. I want to see graduation rates. I want to see statistics on attendance. I want to see how our sports program is determining outcomes, better outcomes in the classroom. Not necessarily just on the court, and I was clear with that. It's not about winning. But we want to see how we can improve our sports program and what the athletic directors are doing to make sure that that happens. I think the community and the board deserves to hear that, along with everyone else that we're holding accountable. Same thing. And if we're not going to do it right, Doc, I say we just shut down the sports program. If we're not going to do it, let's stop spending money and just letting people make excuses. But if we're going to do it, let's do it to the same effort and fervor that we're doing everything else. Okay? I would like to hear from, if it pleases the board, both athletic directors about their individual plans. Everyone else has an individual plan and a team. And
that's coming next month.
Okay. All right.
Both.
Thank you.
Well, I don't think we're gonna be getting rid of teams. That would be totally inappropriate. All right, so is there other reports?
Yeah, question.
Question?
Yeah, this really isn't for you, and perhaps this is better suited for new business, but I see that you're talking about establishing a middle school sports program.
Yeah, that was planned.
Right, and that makes sense to develop and move forward, but, and this is where the new business part maybe comes in, what if we did that for reading and math? That would be kind of cool. So then, like, people could be at grade level when they come here. And I appreciate the athletics, and this is, you know, just taking your idea, and I'm gonna reintroduce it in new business, but let's put it with reading and math, and just, you know, see what happens.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
For the freshmen, summer school.
Any other questions?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. That concludes the presentation.
You're done, Dr. Henderson?
Yes, thank you.
Reports and communication from the board president. Thank you to all of the administrators that came, that spoke today. It has been suggested and brought to my attention that there were some teachers fired from summer school. However, that's not true. They weren't fired. Summer school has student enrollment dropped. So teachers were released of their duties. And I want to take this time to apologize to those few teachers that actually received a letter on the day of the release, that would be their last day. I was not happy with that. However, there are a handful that is suggesting that those individuals were fired. What we have to understand, public, is that you cannot pay teachers if students are not sitting before them. If there's no student body, they cannot be paid. There's a lot of scrutiny that goes on with this this current sitting Board of Education and Administration. And had teachers been gifted with taxpayers' money for not doing any teaching, we're going to hear. We're going to hear because they weren't. I'm sad that they did not finish the summer out. And they should have been notified in a timely manner. I would like to see, moving forward, Dr. Henderson,
Yes, ma'am.
that students that fail a class or classes first semester that it's mandatory that those students that fail first semester, that would be your first session of students for summer school. So you pretty much would have an idea of how many students you would have in summer school first session. Students that fail a course or courses second semester, that would be your second session of summer school. And so again, you at that point would know pretty much what you're working with in advance. In January, you would know about how many students would be attending summer school based off of how many students failed the first semester. I think that is imperative that if you get teachers to come and work summer school, then we should try to do our best to keep them here. I'm also concerned that a student doesn't pass English or math an entire semester, but come to summer school in 3 to 4 days, pass the class that they didn't pass for the semester. There's something mighty wrong. And the program is set up where you have to, and I mentioned it early, you have to do so many assignments before you even take the test. And so I do talk to teachers in the district. And so what happened, and I talked to about 8 teachers, is you had an influx of students in first semester that got done in 3 or 4 days, and then they were able to kind of just go home. The enrollment for first semester, and maybe I'm wrong, was much higher the first session than it was the second session, but it probably should have been spread out. Again, to those teachers that took the time to give up their time to come and teach summer school and then had to be told that your services were no longer needed. Now, it's no different than when you're in regular school. Well, it is a difference, because when you're in regular school, if 4 kids sign up for culinary arts, the chances of that class being closed is great. You can't do that in summer school, and I have sense enough to know that, and so of course you have to let that teacher go. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this whole phone situation. You can have your phones at lunch for a couple minutes or whatever. I don't know. My thing, if you're not going to, if you're going to follow the policy, follow the policy. Don't have the phone open until you go home, and that's just that. We are healing. Teachers, we hear you. I am for academic achievement and student learning. Teachers are in the trenches. I have sense enough to know that. I'm not dumb to that fact. They make the world go round. I often get up on certain days and I thank Miss Richardson. That was my English teacher, my senior class English teacher. I'll never forget her. Teachers, there are teachers that you'll never forget some of your teachers. I've always enjoyed being around teachers. I remember a little girl growing up. I would line chairs up in my parents' basement. The chairs was a student. And I got a chalkboard that my parents purchased me for Christmas. And my brother was the only student that would sit in the chair and would move. So teachers, I do understand and I do hear you. But we have to work together. The last thing that I will leave you with, you cannot, let me say this right, so when they go put it on Facebook, they write it, put it right. In a Fortune 500 company, you don't go to the president. Their chain of command that you go through. I'm from the old school of Proviso. You don't show up here until you have no remedy nowhere else. I watched last month, there was a situation that occurred. The teachers have a teachers union, the support staff have a support staff union. Same thing for maintenance custodial. You gotta follow your chain of command. I will say this again, when you arrive here, there's not much further you can go. You can't, your next step is to the Illinois State Board of Education if you get no remedy here. If you get no remedy from the Illinois State Board of Education, your next remedy is the state's attorney's office, because that's who handles school issues here. But you have to afford the people, it's not about personality, you don't have to like them, but you gotta afford the people that's in charge an opportunity to hear what's going on. Afford them an opportunity to talk to us about it. But when you show up here and you tell us and they haven't had an opportunity, there's nowhere else you could go. So I'm gonna ask, go through the chain of command. Chain of command meaning your assistant principal, building principal. When you get here, that means that you got no remedy. You do have an opportunity and you can ask for an audience with the Board of Education. You don't have to come here to do that. You can get an audience in closed session. But you also have to give the person that's in charge an opportunity to work with you in the situation. Okay? Let's go to consent agenda.
You have two items I'd like to pull.
I'm sorry? Okay.
I'd like to pull B, the bill list, and J, personnel report.
J for the who?
The personnel report.
The whole report or?
Yeah, the entire report, just separately.
I would like to pull 12H, please.
What is it?
12B, H, and J.
You pull in the personnel report that was amended, Amanda?
Yeah.
J. I'm going to pull 12B and 12C. Oh, we already pulled C, right? Huh? We pulled B and C. Okay. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda item as presented?
Which are items?
Oh, 12B, I'm sorry, it's late. 12B, 12C, 12H, and 12J.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Ms. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Medina absent. Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Valtier's aye. Mr. Wagner?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, I'm going to motion to, well, we gotta pull
12B.
12B.
I move that we approve 12B.
Did I say that yet? Okay,
Second. Discussion.
discussion? No discussion. Call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Ms. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Medina absent. Ms. Patterson?
Nay.
Ms. Grant?
Nay.
Mr. Valtierrez? Aye. Mr. Wagner?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Have a motion to approve 12H.
Oh, wait, did we pull C?
Oh, C, I'm sorry. 12C.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Call the roll.
Mr. Wagner?
Aye.
Mr. Valtierrez? Aye. Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Ms. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Medina absent. Mrs. Patterson?
Nay.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Motion carries.
May I have a motion to approve 12H?
Just did that.
No, we just did C.
We're in 12H.
Okay, I don't have a class.
She said H, so we.
She said.
No, she said, oh, I'm sorry.
She
I thought she
said-
said H.
I said H. Amanda called H.
No, I thought we already approved H.
No.
No, C.
No.
She had stated H and corrected it to C.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute, I thought she said 12H too. You didn't say?
No, she did. I'm sorry. I thought we voted on it. No, you're good.
Yeah,
You're
I
good.
pulled 12H,
Mhm.
but we approved C just now. We have not approved H.
So we're now for 12H. Is
We're
that
at 12H.
correct?
You're right.
Can I have a motion to approve 12H?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
The discussion just says in the background, it says, you know, Maywood Place, it says Proviso West instead of Proviso East, right? It should be both, it should say Proviso East, correct? Yeah.
Oh, I see it. That was your only concern?
That's my only
Yeah.
concern.
Okay.
Catch that, right.
Okay.
Yes.
We call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Ms. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Medina absent. Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Valtierrez? Aye. Mr. Wagner?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can I have a motion to approve 12J?
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll. Discussion?
Did you want to mention
Well, I kind of mentioned, you can go and do whatever you're gonna do with it. The agenda, amend the agenda?
just to mention?
I mean, no, go ahead.
Okay, I just pulled it because what we're voting on is not, what is in the word book that people might have seen online. So I just want people to know that we received an amended version during the executive session. It is posted?
Yeah.
Great, okay, thank
Let the
you.
record reflect that it is posted. It's an amended personnel report.
And I do have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So we're voting, and this might be a Bill Gleason question. So we're voting on the amended personnel report that we received. But then the personnel count report is separate. We're not voting necessarily on that, or that is part of the personnel report? It is a part of it? Okay, so I just was looking at the amended one we received versus the one that's in here, and it looks like we're missing some of these teachers and staff that did resign are not reflected necessarily on here, so they don't match. That was my concern, if we're voting on this, or if it's like a package. So we have a few people that aren't on here. I think there are a few people that have resigned, but they weren't in last month and they're not in this month.
That simply means that we got it this afternoon sometime. If someone resigned. You know of one that came in this evening. But that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're voting on this as a package. Okay, thank you.
Call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Ms. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Medina absent. Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Nay.
Mr. Gutierrez, aye. Mr. Wagner?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, old business. Okay, old business. Okay. We gotta do the FOIA. You got the,
Yeah, I got it. In July 2022, Proviso Township High School District 209 received the following FOIA request. On July 13, 2020, Maria Maxim requested a copy of the Superintendent James L. Henderson most recent employment contract. Information was provided. On July 13, 2020, Maria Maxim requested a copy of the contract and/or invoices related to the Dormco for trunks to college student. Information will be provided. July 13, 2020, Maria Maxim requested a copy of the names of all purchasing cooperatives in which D209 participates. Information will be provided. On July 13, 2020, Claudia Medina requested all emails to and from Mr. Paul Stark King to Dr. Henderson. Information will be provided. On July 15, 2020, Maria Maxim requested copies of all communication between District 209 former auditing firm Miller Cooper and Company and District 209. Information will be provided. On July 20, 2022, Maria Maxim requested all recruitment documents to the states of Alabama, Louisiana, Missouri, Tennessee, and Texas. Information will be provided. On July 20, 2022, Maria Maxim requested documentation, including but not limited to monthly financial statements that show the Board of Education scholarship funds. Information will be provided. On July 27, 2022, Sherry Reed, Smart Procore, submitted a commercial request for any and all purchasing records for 04/25/2022 to current. Information will be provided. That's the FOIA report.
Is there any old business? Is there any old business? Hearing none. Okay. Next would be new business. Is there any new business?
New business. Two things. I would reiterate my idea that if we can start working with some kind of athletic program for 5th through 8th grade to improve performance before kids get to high school, then we can do the exact same thing for reading and math. And I would vehemently argue that reading and math is much, much more important. We, for years in this district, before any administration, before any of the recent staff we have now, we have been battling this for decades, I would say, that the majority of students who come in to 9th grade are not at reading and math levels for that grade level. And teachers and students are having to play catch up constantly. And that is not conducive to the advanced rigorous learning that we are proposing in the presentations that we saw tonight. We have to work with our foundation schools to get reading and math standards and performances by kids up to where they need to be so that when they get to high school, they're ready to do high school work. And then that's a statement. The second thing, I do have a question. Dr. Henderson, are there any grievances before the board right now? What, no grievances? Okay, thank you.
If there were grievances, you normally bring them before, is that correct?
Yes.
If they have not been.
That's all I have.
That's it?
Yes.
Anything further?
That's some new business. New business.
Yeah.
I'd like to first thank the administration, Dr. Henderson, for the trunk giveaway on Sunday. It was a great success during this time of gas prices and just crazy economic stress. It's a blessing to give the taxpayers their money back and allow them to support their students going off to college in good fashion and with style. So Dr. Henderson, to you and the administration, I want to thank you, and to the board members that showed up to see the students off and the families that were just elated that the district would, I think a parent said, finally using our tax dollars the way that they should be used. And I just want to thank you guys for that. I want to thank the athletic director for a great summer camp. The first one in a long time that went over pretty good. I want to bring to the public's attention a petition I received. And it bears mentioning, and this is what I'm talking about as it relates to us moving things forward in this district. And this one's extremely poignant because it's a reflection on the school board. I received this petition this morning, and it reads, bringing Proviso West High School back to prominence. And as I read through the petition, I understood and could feel the pain of those who wrote the petition because of some of the things, Doc, that we've been talking about as it relates to accountability across the board. Also within this, there is a stream of consistency that we must hold to as a board as it relates to standards. And in certain positions, you know, people have been let go for much less time in certain positions and even better records. And yet we don't have anything consistently across the board to gauge or to evaluate or to assess who stays, who goes, or what types of training or what types of standards we're going to have across the board. Ms. Kelly, you shouldn't be talking right now.
I'm talking to Della.
Okay, I hear you. I'll read the petition. Proviso West High School boys basketball team had a stellar reputation for high-level basketball. In the past 3 to 4 years, there's been a decline in that reputation. The level of teaching basketball is obsolete. The fundamentals of the game are not being taught. This can be evidenced by Proviso West consistently being at the bottom of the West Suburban Silver Conference. They have not reached the winner's bracket of their own holiday tournament in several years. Led by the current coach, the Proviso West boys basketball team has won a dismal 35% of their games. The losing record has tremendously affected game attendance. There are never more than a couple of people that attend the games because of the constant losing. We believe there is a tremendous amount of talent that walks the halls of Proviso West High School. This talent must be nurtured and skillfully developed to compete at a high level. We, the alumni, past players, coaches, and community, believe that the current coach needs to resign or be let go immediately. This program deserves a coach with a pedigree for winning, developing and retaining top-tier talent. A coach that will lead and teach effectively to ultimately build the program back up from the lowest level it has been at for years. A coach that will assist and position players to attain athletic academic scholarships. I won't read the following statement, but it says, please sign the petition, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's very important when we talk about things like accountability and moving the district forward that we do that across the board. If it pleases the board,
You done, brother?
no,
You done?
no. If it pleases the board, I'm going to recommend that the basketball coach for Proviso West High School resign immediately. And if not, that we, if it pleases the board, look into how these coaches were evaluated. And Doc, if you can bring that with the athletic directors next month, we need to see how they're evaluated and what this consistency is. And we want to compare this coach and all these coaches to coaches that have been let go over the last couple of years and what their records are. Because if there's a double standard or something that's being done that's not fair, we need to address that on this board. And it should not matter who that person is related to. All right? And if there's no there, then we'll be fine. But it needs to be transparent. And as much as we have almost 100 signatures on this thing, 15 people play basketball, that's about a fair assessment to me of parents and concerned people that are asking for us to look into this. So if there's nothing there, then that's fine. But if there is, this is why I think we should look into it. But there's been a call from the community for a new coach.
Okay. So you're done, Rodney?
I'm done.
Okay. I'm not interested. Are you interested, Amanda? Okay. You interested, Sam?
This is, I'm just reading this petition just now. We were all sent a link, I believe.
Oh, I wasn't sent a link, so I don't know.
Oh, I'm just kind of trying to get caught up.
Oh, I haven't gotten
I
it.
think,
And if we're at the point where petitions have started telling us who we're gonna hire, and then we don't need a board, superintendent, or administration. I haven't gotten them, so you were privy to it, I don't know.
Yeah, I have no
I'm not
idea.
interested. What about you, Sam?
I have no idea what's going on.
I don't know about it.
We could discuss it further, but I have no idea.
You got a petition there?
I haven't checked my email or.
I just got it too, so you guys probably wouldn't know it, but
I don't.
you guys can take a look at it. It's not a matter, Madam President, if I may, it's not a matter of allowing any petition to, okay, that's fine. It's not a matter of allowing a petition to determine anything. I'm not for that.
Okay,
These have been
I'm
on.
actually with the pleasure of the board. I'm not interested. Sam doesn't
Okay,
know.
that's fine.
Amanda's reading. I don't know where you're at, Ned.
That's fine. We can call a special meeting about it. But it's not a matter of, for the record, it's not a matter of allowing a petition to determine anything. These have been concerns throughout the entire year, so this is not new.
Coaches brought before us before.
Exactly.
All sorts of studying, so, but I mean, in the course of the process, right, my attitude is more of a trust the process.
Right.
As opposed to, let's just act now because.
Whatever.
Yeah, so
No, I'm not requesting any action. I'm just saying that we need to look into consistency across the board. When we talk about accountability as a board, and this person is related directly to a board member, there's a higher standard that we must hold to. And if there are these types of concerns in the community, then we need to look into that and address that. We don't want our good to be evil spoken of. All I'm asking for from this board is that we be consistent in our accountability and our expectations across the board. And if people are going to put together something like this, then I believe that we need to at least take a look at it and see what our standards are. And if they check out, they check out. I'm not saying do anything, but I'm saying from what I know and from what I've heard for quite some time, this person should resign. But if they don't do that, I'm just one board member, I'm not voting or anything. But if the board doesn't want to look into it, if it doesn't please the board, then I'm fine with that too. But I'm not just going to act like it didn't happen and that these people are not bringing attention to this situation, because it's not fair to the district if we do that. This person is related to a board member. Okay, so that's all I'm saying.
Can I get a motion to adjourn? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Ms. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Medina absent. Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Bell, resign. Mr. White there?
Aye.
Motion carries. We're adjourned.